Assemble the accused! Bear witness to their trials! The time of the Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the Reek, rooting out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerdrotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor Gary Beekler. Gary, how you doing there?
I'm good. I am good. I am ready to put pop culture on trial. We have some things to talk about tonight, including Falcon and Winter Soldier, and you know where this live stream came from. It rose out of the ashes of Game of Thrones, the disastrous season 8, where you and I just on a whim decided to review the final season, right? And you know, it started out like it wasn't great, but we were like, yeah, the episodes are okay, they're fine. And then they, you know, killed the Night King. A little girl killed the Night King
with his honor guard attached, surrounding him, and you know, she just runs right through him, yelling, going "Ree!" which was, you know, even worse. And they just stand there like, huh? We're in the middle of an invasion of a castle. Whoever thought that someone would attack the Night King? Son of a bitch. Phil, did you think that? No, man, I didn't think that. Well, shoot, I guess we ought to stop her. Oops, too late. God.
Never found out why the story that Dan and Dave give is they were just a weapon that was created by the children of the forest that went out of control. That's it. That was and this is how lazy they got. So there was a meeting between George and Dan and Dave in Santa Fe over days where they talked about where each main character's story was going to end within the frame of how they could finish the show. But he couldn't give them any details because he doesn't have any on how, for one, the others don't have a Night King. We've gone over it, you know, ad infinitum, but their excuse for Arya was, well, we were expecting Jon Snow to do it. Well, she had already killed the phrase. She had already got some revenge. It should have been parsed around. And the biggest problem was the show went from what George does in his books, which is subverting expectations, but in a way that makes sense through setting up, you know, schemes and plans that go sideways. And then they turned into a very linear show with time travel and you can also you know, freaking transport yourself across Westeros.
Yeah, in just a matter of like a day, like I don't even know how many hours. Daenerys went from the Dragon Isle to rescue their ass in the in the middle of that undead ring. And then, of course, you know, the Night King was able to take out one of the dragons. And then, you know, the other one, she kind of sort of forgot about the fleet. Oh, man.
And I mean, it obviously should have gone longer. And this affected HBO badly. Imagine how, you know, HBOMAX would, I think, be equal to Disney Plus. If Game of Thrones was successful, people would be going back and watching it. So yesterday was the 10-year anniversary of the premiere of Game of Thrones, and it didn't trend. Nobody cared. And they just announced like 3 weeks previous, George had signed a effing deal for 5 years to develop 5 prequels. One of them is called Flea Bottom, which is about the King's Landing. And it's like nobody cares. The only people that are still hanging around are bless them are the book fans. The book fans are hanging on because they have waited so long. They deserve some type of closure. And you know, George put up a cryptic post a couple of days ago saying that he's leaving the cabin, but he also said, I'm woefully behind. And dude, yeah, George, here's the deal. You know, 2 months, he had a bad year. Everybody had a bad year, but like he had it within his power to finish this story, which would have really helped HBO. It would have helped these prequels. It would have at least hung on to the book fans. I don't know how many listen, there's consumers, there's people out there who are defending season 8, but it's the minority. I mean, this was a complete disaster. It's a dead franchise. It is a dead franchise. And HBO will find out, after their first year of House of the Dragon, and it gets about 1 million viewers. Because they're making it expecting 10 million viewers. That's what they're expecting, 10, 15 million overnight viewers. And then, a bunch more on their apps and everything. And they're just not going to get it. Like, people are not going to get suckered again.
I hope they were reading the comments to their tweet that they sent out. Winter is coming. It's like, really? Really? How fucking dare you say that to me? How dare you say that to all the millions of fans that you absolutely let down? Just totally ruined this show worse than I think any other fucking show, period. I mean, the thing is, with Star Trek, with Doctor fucking Who, we still can go back in the past and enjoy those shows. I can't enjoy a minute of fucking Game of Thrones now, not a fucking minute of it, because I know that it all leads to that bitter disappointment. So what is the fucking point of going back there and watching any Game of Thrones? I mean, it's dead. At least Doctor Who, God almighty, we've got 260, some odd hours of Doctor Who that we could like cycle through maybe 4 more times before we, drop or something, watching Doctor Who, of watching reruns of it, going through it again. We can never run out of Doctor Who. Star Trek, we've got, tons of great Star Trek in the past. Okay, so moving forward, we don't have any more Star Trek because it's all dead because they ruined it with Kurtzman. Fine. Same thing with Doctor Who. Doctor Who is so fucking beyond dead in terms of new stuff. Forget it. The BBC's burned that bridge, pissed on the embers. But there's no point. Same thing with Lost. Lost, forget it. No, I can't even watch a single moment of that fucking thing. And I watched every single episode. At the time, I really liked it, but they needed to have an ending. They didn't have an ending. They can go fuck themselves. It was all a shell game. It was a con job. And I guess I even hate Lost worse than Game of Thrones, because at least Game of Thrones did have a story originally. It's not like they went into it and it was complete and total bullshit from day one. Not like Lost. Lost was a complete and total lie and a curse on every damn person that worked on that writing staff. Darlton, Lindelof, Coos, Abrams, all those fuckers from Bad Robot. I mean, that was like the prototype of how to ruin people's lives in a couple of easy steps. Anyway, obviously I'm worked up about this, as I was at the time. I mean, people wanting a new finale. Fuck the finale. I want a new entire redo of the battle, the invasion of Westeros from the Beyond the Wall. I mean, from that point on, it was absolutely hopeless. I knew that they were cutting corners and that, the dragon coming to rescue, Daenerys coming to rescue him was ridiculous. I mean, there was a lot of stupid shit. Arya's complete arc with the faceless men was a complete waste of fucking time. It was a joke. I thought these guys were assassins and were just so fucking dangerous and everything else. And she just says, I'm done with it, and walks off. Well, you know what? She really did die when that chick stabbed her in the gut with that knife. Because, I mean, you're going to die from that today. There's a chance you'll die from that today. Much less, with a dirty knife getting stuck in the gut and shoved in the filthy canal water where people are pooping in it, dying in it. That's going to get in your wound. And I mean, but she's doing parkour all through, the flea bottom, running from this chick, and then beats her. And then she's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. That was dumb. There was a lot of dumb shit, but nothing was as awful as the episode that gave birth to the Inquisition, which was episode 3, when all of our hopes were completely dashed. Now, I don't know why they spent 49 nights shooting this damn thing. I tell you what, I could have probably shot it in a week, because all it was a whole bunch of like medium shots and close-ups of arms flailing and axes and the same fucking thing over and over again in murky darkness. Fuck you. Good God, it was so fucking bad. I'm sorry.
No, and they took a
Oh,
year
it was
off
so bad.
for that, for a shortened season, and we all went through it. And it's just hard to believe that HBO, you know, at least when AT&T decided to do the Snyder Cut, that was a company going, maybe we did this guy wrong. And yeah, however we feel about fucking Zach right now, that it was a company showing a little bit of humility and in the face of being able to make a lot of money. By the way, there's still a lot of motivation to do well. And you would think, if you have, and they're redoing, they're bringing Dexter back, right? If you have the ability to maybe fix something that could, I don't know, set your franchise on the right path, you would think they might consider it. You know what? Egos be damned. Egos be damned. And they gave Dan and Dave everything, and HBO, to their credit, wanted to do more Game of Thrones, but of course Dan and Dave wanted to leave, and you should have let them leave. And then bring somebody else on. But what's done is done. They'll never remake it. And yeah, there's no way you would have to remake just the whole damn thing. Because like if you're gonna go back and fix screw ups, then you can go all the way back to Tyrion and Tysha and taking out his wife. And there was a lot of mistake. Lady Stoneheart, not no glass candles, no magic whatsoever. It's just everything. There's too much to even talk about. And what's done, and for them to come out and go, come and join us for this marathon. And I read a couple of comments where the people are actually watching it. It's like, why? I rewatched this series so much up until season 7. Season 7, I stopped rewatching episodes. I was like, oh, I don't want to relive that. And yeah, then there's George, but George coming out and signing a deal and then being either coy. All right, we could try to say, okay, let's look at this with the glass half full. He's almost finished with one book. By the way, I wouldn't sign this deal unless I was finished with both fucking books, not just one. And then he signs this deal, and at some point, it doesn't say it in the blog, but he said it in, I think it was a Hollywood Reporter. He goes, it's a career-making deal. Dude, you're 72. Your career is made. What do you think? You're 30? Like, your career is made. You don't need any more money. You just bought a fucking choo-choo train. A train on a whim.
God.
And it's a big fuck you to the fans. It's a giant fuck you to the fans. And I don't know if George is a huge nerd, so I don't know if he just doesn't realize it. He's surrounded by a bunch of yes men and women. I saw them in person. There was 10 of them. He has a posse around him.
Wow.
And they're just like, a bunch of lick spittles. So it's either that or he just, doesn't give a fuck. And they keep reprinting the books and releasing them. And even the diehards are starting to lose faith now. And you should, because this book isn't finishing. The only thing, if we're going to have to come up with endings on our own, I know you made a video on how you would end season 8. And it was great, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm going to probably for my own personal closure, considering how much time I put in the book, on the 10-year anniversary of A Dance with Dragon, I'm going to start a little book club where we're going to just come up with our own ending, and then say goodbye, then kiss it, say goodbye. And it's too bad. I love this franchise as much as I loved anything, dude, anything. And it was a bummer. And we have we're also going to talk about Lord of the Rings, which shit. So it's like the last standing franchise, and we're going to talk a little bit about escapism too, but we had to talk about Game of Thrones first, because that's what this was born out of. And I honestly don't know what to say anymore. I wish the books were going to finish, but they're not. He's obviously not interested anymore. I don't know if you heard, but like when he has a good day writing, it's 3 or 4 pages. And it used to be 40.
Yeah.
So, but even at that pace, at 10 years, if you wrote 3 pages a day, you'd be done.
Yeah.
and he's nowhere near done. So he's going to leave the cabin in a couple of months. And that cabin is usually where he goes to finish books. And he has the audacity to fucking say, I'm about to deliver a Wild Cards book at the end. So I signed a deal to make more Game of Thrones shows based on a story that I'm not going to finish. And then I'm going to deliver another book that I'm editing. And dude, I mean, like the responsible thing to do, George, would be to say no to absolutely everything until you're done with the book. That's what you owe the fans. Unless you don't feel like you owe the fans anything. And, then your legacy's going to be destroyed. That's all. I mean, it'll be trashed. So much for subverting the tropes of Tolkien, buddy.
Well, he is subverting the tropes of Tolkien because, Tolkien finished.
Yes.
And, so I mean, hey, foiling that trope of finishing.
Yep. Guess you got him there. And yes, he's Tolkien's bitch. He's Tolkien's bitch.
Absolutely.
That's what he is. But we've got Falcon and Winter Soldier, dude. Is far be it for me to criticize this show during I feel like I need to put a helmet on when I criticize this show. Damn. People, there's the MCU consumers and there's the MCU fans. And I guess the biggest, we were talking about this a little bit before it started, is, there's good. It's not like Star Trek Discovery. That's horrible writing and terrible acting. Like this has got good performances. It's got good actors. It has good moments. There's little pieces of the old MCU there. Right. And then there's this woke garbage, this intersectional garbage. And then on top of that, just really bad writing. Like, and it's boring. It's so boring. And we're going to get into that, especially like they don't wear costumes anymore in the MCU. I guess that's kind of not a thing.
Oh, God, the main thing about superheroes other than superpowers is the colorful costumes, it's just a damn shame. And in fact, recently in I think the 4th episode, they were having a speech about, any kind of powers or fascism and, supremacy and stuff. It's like, okay, so basically you've labeled your entire universe as supremacist. That's a great business move. Wow.
I know. I couldn't believe that when I heard it. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we should probably sentence the 10-year anniversary of Game of Thrones.
I want to sentence it to the worst possible thing, like the spiked anal probe in the scaphism tub with a bag full of rabid hungry marmosets strapped around your head. This is just one of the most spectacular failures in pop culture history, other than Lost. Right along with that, in fact, it's worse than Lost. It's worse even than Walking Dead, which nobody talks about in our sphere anymore. It's almost like it doesn't exist. Every once in a while, I'll see something that it's still on.
Yeah.
I blew it off after the Negan thing. It's just like, yeah, you know what? I don't like how this is going.
We survived Herschel's farm. To go to the Negan thing. And yeah, I had dipped out on the comics right before the Negan thing. And I remember reading the Negan thing at Comic-Con in 2013, because that's when issue 100, it was in issue 100, right? And just like, oh, I'm glad I got out of this. And that's another show. Remember when TV was kind of, that was great when it was, when Game of Thrones was starting and Walking Dead was on. And they were both like, Walking Dead was getting more viewers than Game of Thrones. It was for a little while. And then Game of Thrones kind of took up, but like they were both like brilliant fucking shows that just, I think they're going to end up going back, getting away from serialized television. Everybody wants the next Game of Thrones, right? But modern writing can't seal the deal. They don't know how to fucking finish shit. So they might have to go back to episodic, because if you look at the streaming model, If you look at what are the most viewed shows on streaming services, it is episodic comedies, old Star Trek episodes. Like, these are the things that people watch over and over and over again.
Mhm.
And maybe they're going to figure out that, like, you could still do overarching. You remember how, Russell T Davies did it perfectly in the first 4 seasons of when they brought Doctor Who back, where they would have, Bad Wolf, right? It was just something you mentioned every other episode, and then you lead up to it at the end. That works. But you still had episode, like singular episodes that you can catch in, and you don't have to be lost. And I think that might be the way to go, as long as it isn't filled with intersectional woke garbage, which everything is going to be filled with.
That's so recent, though. Honestly, I mean, look at the Snyder Cut. I mean, there's no woke bullshit in that. It's
filmed 5 years ago.
Exactly, but only 5 years ago. I mean, it really started. I mean, Ground Zero really was, Ghostbusters, 2016. I mean, really, that was, to my mind, when it really struck, and when Hollywood had this idea, let's hide behind woke skirts and deflect any criticism of our product by saying, "Oh, you're just sexist," and that was the trope that just caught fire.
Yeah, and I think it was well on its way to dying, but it got new life breathed into it last year. So I think we've got at least 2 more years before we see any major change. And you know what? You got to keep like not supporting it, which sucks. We want to support shit. If something's good, we'll say it's good, but like there's so little good out there. I heard you on Midnight's Edge talking about Primal. Primal's the shit. Primal's
man.
Tough to review, but it's great. Fucking Venture Brothers is gone.
Oh man, Venture Brothers is so great. Oh my God. I really hope it comes back. There is a small chance, because look at what I don't know if you ever watched Warrior on Cinemax.
I heard they came back though. That's
season 3 is coming, which is amazing. So fans can make wonderful things happen. And I think as Hollywood gets, more and more destitute and nearer to utter oblivion and bankruptcy, I think they're going to start listening to fans more. I really do. Look at the Snyder Cut. Look at Warrior season 3. We may get some more Venture Brothers, for God's sakes. I hope, knock wood.
Oh, if they crowdfunded it, it would have been paid for already. I'll look into it because I am the biggest Venture Brothers fan. So there's so many out there, and it's the greatest show, the funniest show, some of the most clever writing I have ever seen in any television show. Started out as a little parody of Johnny Quest, and it turned into this just crazy thing. And I watch it, I'll go on little binges to rewatch it, and it's so much fun, dude.
I guess really the lesson is you look to outliers for excellence. Adult Swim, Venture Brothers and Primal. And Primal is beyond words. I mean, I'm late to the party. A Demon Side Synthwave sent me the series, and I'm just now starting to get to watch it. And I just feel awful that I haven't been shouting about this show from the highest mountaintop incessantly, because talk about being able to pack in 20 minutes of incredible action, sincere emotional content without any speech whatsoever, and artistic compositional brilliance. When I watched that first episode a few days ago, I stood up and applauded. There was no one there, but I just stood up and fucking applauded. Literally, I was blown the fuck away.
Now, Tartakovsky, his Clone Wars. Have you seen his Clone Wars episode?
I have not.
Oh,
I need to. Oh, I saw a clip.
I'll send them
of
to
Mace Windu, like jumping out of a and just taking on an army of droids all by himself. And I was like, that is what Jedi should do.
It was so I can send them to you tonight. I'll check your email tonight after the show, and I'll send them. I'll send you a little digital package. They're beautiful. Yeah. And Disney's buried these things, and they should just release them. There's you can get them on DVD still. I'm sure you can find them, but damn, they're good. And of course, Samurai Jack is brilliant.
I was going to say this guy should be directing everything. This guy should be, give him a John Wick kind of movie. Give him anything. Everything I've seen from this guy is absolutely brilliant. And I don't know why he's not everywhere. Probably because he doesn't have any woke shit, Primal ain't woke, that's for sure.
No. And there's little things here and there that sneak in that aren't. But unfortunately, it's not the MCU. And I do. There's a faction at Warner Brothers that specifically doesn't want Zack Snyder's, of course, all the trouble with Ray Fisher and stuff. I think that embarrassed a lot of people, and maybe rightfully so. I don't fucking know, but I think there's too many egos involved, and plus it wasn't woke enough. It's like they clearly and JJ being there, Jar Jar, like every time Bad Robot get more people are noticing this. Every time they get involved with something, it gets costs spiral out of control, and you see a lot of mystery box woke intersectional bullshit coming. And that's my biggest fear with Lord of the Rings when we eventually talk to that, because we're starting to see the same things happen there as well. And yeah, it's just too bad. It's too bad because clearly fans want, I think enough fans want Zack Snyder stuff. And listen, if they talked about fixing Game of Thrones, the response would be unbelievable. It would be huge. It would be massive. There would be a lot of people on board with that. It's not possible. I'm not saying it's possible and they would even think about it. But if you thought the Snyder Cut movement was big, if they go, okay, we're going to redo it, it could be, if they redid the whole thing, it would be woke garbage and it would be more intersectional than ever. But it would have a huge response. And you're right. Eventually they're going to have to, we said this last year on the Inquisition. We said this year is going to have to be the year of the fan. They're going to have to serve up a lot of fucking fan service. And Hollywood has been able to hide behind there not being a box office. So that instant, instantly, Hollywood can hide a lot of shit on a streaming service, but you can't hide shit with a flop movie. If a movie flops, it flops. And I think in a lot of ways, they're happy they don't have to deal with that anymore. But Marvel is due for a flop. Marvel hasn't had a flop. They've had movies do mediocre, but they were expecting it. Like the Hulk didn't do that well, but they weren't expecting it to do that well. But they haven't had an outright flop yet. And they are due. They are due. And now there's a metric. You can't hide behind the coof. King Kong, I think it's approaching 80 million domestic.
Yeah.
That's fucking great. That's great. And now Black Widow will have to do 80 million domestic. And if you don't, I don't know.
It won't.
I don't think I don't want to see it at all. And
no.
Not even review it. But
man, they are definitely heading towards the MCU. Definitely. It's just I don't want to see that shit, and I don't have any investment in it anymore. I'm just done. It's like Endgame was it, and that's the risk you run telling a story like that. But I did this video about these leaks that I got that Pepper Potts definitely going to be Iron Woman, but then it's going to be taken over by Tony Stark's daughter. and we're gonna have obviously She-Hulk, Thor's getting feminized. It's just endless. I heard something the other day about Spider-Gwen is gonna take over for Spider-Man eventually. I don't know. Nothing about Doctor Strange, at least.
Well, Miles Morales is gonna the sentiment. It's clear that they want Miles Morales to take the mantle from Peter Parker, like permanently, and they have been moving in that direction slowly. Since they introduced Miles into the 616 with Secret Wars. And they had their first appearance together in Spider-Man #1.
Right. Well, they do that, I'm gone. I'm not interested at all. Spider-Man is like the best, most loved Marvel character out there, at least in the comics. And they degraded him in in the movies, sadly, but he's still a likable kid. But it's been underwhelming, the Spider-Man movies.
Yeah, I mean, I Tom Holland was good in Civil War, and I thought he was really good in Infinity War.
Yeah,
don't like him in Homecoming and fucking Summer Vacation, whatever the second one was called, and like it's not Spider-Man. It's not Spider-Man. It's Disney's Spider-Man.
It's Disney's Spider-Boy, really is what it is. Yeah.
Dude. Oh my God. So we got a donation from Young GJD for $100. $100. Jeez. Thank you. Hail to the Inquisition. Sadly, I too, another GRR Dan and Dave victim, have how can a famous author let someone else come up with their own ending to his life's work? Keep fighting the good fight. Well, he gave them the basic ending. I don't know what's a good analogy for this. It would be like, Frodo, Gollum steals the ring from Frodo and then jumps. And that's all you know. Right? That's all you know. And then you have to get them to Mount Doom and everything. And it's impossible. And Dan and Dave were inexperienced showrunners. They even said, I don't know how we got the show. And what HBO did was surround them with HBO does have, as far as television making, when it comes to directors and production design, they have the top talent for making television. And they know how to do it. They've been doing it for a long time. They invented prestige television, essentially. And they, I mean, okay, let me backtrack a little bit. They took a British model and put a lot more money into it and had a lot more resources with American talent. Okay. But the prestige story, like, I got to credit where credit is due. That's British, the British series have been doing that forever. And what HBO did was just put more money into it. And we have more people in our country, so they were able to really refine it. And so they surrounded them with the best fucking people on the planet. So they were able to get away with it because with the dialogue, in particular, they were adapting George practically word for word. Occasionally you would get Chaos is a Ladder, Break the Wheel. That was Dan and Dave's, right? But everything else was George. Everything else was George. Except for maybe a couple of dick jokes. And they also did things like added to drape scenes that weren't even in the books. But once they got off of George's dialogue, that was it. It was over. I mean, even the hold the door scene, which I still argue the scene itself is pretty good, but like contextually, it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah. It
needs a lot more buildup. And that's everything required more buildup and more dialogue. That's where Lord of the Rings is doomed too, because what they're adapting is basically appendices. That's it. There's no conversations. You don't know anybody's personality. The dialogue is what makes it uniquely Tolkien, uniquely Martin. So that ending was doomed to begin with. Bran being the king makes sense in the books. They've been setting it up for all those people who go, they were setting up Daenerys to burn King Landing. No, but they have been setting up Bran to be the king, like from the get-go, by calling him the most important person in the story, like repeatedly. So
Boy, he was boring. And the whole thing was just pointless. I mean, the only thing that Bran was important for was fucking up the spell that kept the Night King out of the wall. He that's all. He let the Night King touch him, and that was it. That's his whole function. Otherwise, in the TV show, boring, and he couldn't have said a fucking little something to poor what's his name. Old Reek, or what, I can't remember.
Theon?
Theon. Yeah, I mean, before the Night King, you know what I mean? Like, just hold on a second. Just could have said, 7 years ago, or he could have started singing, "Oh, child, things are gonna get easier," and just freeze the Night King in his place, like, huh? And then Arya could have got him, but Bran can't even lift a fucking finger and save his brother.
Well, that was the all the men were disposable. That's the intersectionalism. Sorry, folks. And believe me, it's in the books. But what some of the tropes that George tries to subvert in the books is it's the maimed, it's the broken. God, there was a name of an episode, but bastard. Bastards and broken things. I have a soft spot for those type of things. That's who the heroes are. They're the ones that you aren't your prototypical heroes. So, like Theon in the books has the best story. It is the best story. He gets, he betrays Robb. He's a fucking asshole, and then he gets brutally punished for it. I mean, just in the worst way. And then when he thinks he's gonna die, he doesn't. And he gets led around by Ramsay Bolton and Roose Bolton. And as time goes on, all of a sudden he gets stronger. These horrific dogs that Ramsay Bolton has that he goes, that he hunts women with. Well, they all of a sudden love Theon because he sleeps with them. So that's going to play into it. He also knows all the secret exits to the fucking dreadnought where they live. And he's also, because they don't respect him, they've been telling him all of their plans. Every single one of his plans, and so he knows them all, and it's brilliant how George does it, because that's how the grifter works. The perfect real grifter is somebody who walks into a room, and he or she is the person you take the least seriously. So you feel free in front of this person, and they just are a sponge of information, and then they use it against you. So the Theon story is don't even start. It's fucking great, and it sucks that it's not going to finish. Because it's the best part of the last two books, which really can have horrible stuff in it. Believe me, the Jude, just the whole Dorne shit. It just goes nowhere. It was bad in the show. It was really bad in the show, and it's better in the books. But it's still they could have just cut Dorne out completely, in my opinion. But it sucks. It sucks.
It's not good, man.
Blue ball.
Beyond that, whole damn thing. Season 8, complete disgrace from start to finish.
Yep,
start to finish.
And
I know all of the little snowflakes were when I thought Brienne got knighted, I was just that just justified my whole existence, and it spoke to my truth. And it's okay, yeah, that's a nice little scene. What else was good in that? Nothing. I guess Starbucks was good since there was a cup line around, but other than that, and a water bottle at the foot of the at the foot of the chair at the final scene, or something. Remember that water bottle over by the
water bottle.
Yeah.
Brienne ends up horribly betraying Jaime in the books. Lady Stoneheart hangs her. She's hanged.
Holy shit.
And Lady Stoneheart, who's Catelyn Stark, and she's like, you swore your oath to me, and you went off with the Lannisters, and now you're carrying around their fucking sword, so screw you, we're gonna hang. And so she hangs her, and then but she'll let her live if she kills Jaime. And she was willing to die for it, but they were also hanging, all of her companions. So she decides to betray Jamie, and she's got to kill him now. So yeah, everybody gets fucked in the books, which is nice. They're setting up like multiple, which again, I'm just going to frustrate book readers. They're setting up multiple revenges for the Red Wedding. Like it's not just going to be one payback. It could be like 2 or 3 that will never. I mean, he slowly sets everything up, and then again, blue balls.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, Brienne in the books is going to betray Jamie. I feel very secure in saying Jamie has nothing to worry about. Jamie couldn't be safer. Brienne is never going to kill Jamie, since the books are never going to be finished.
Nope. And so Podrick is probably dead. Jon he's dead for sure now. We don't know if Stannis is living or no. We know Stannis is alive because they released a sample chapter. And that's the other teasing thing is he released sample chapters. So there were chapters he left out of Dance with Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to put them in Winds of Winter. So there were already, let's conservatively say, 4 or 5 chapters that were written. And then he released 9, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. It's 9 or 9.5 sample chapters. So that's 9. That's 14 chapters. So it's going to be about 74 chapters. So he already had 14 chapters. So he had 10 years to write 60 chapters.
Yeah.
And it's my estimate based on a lot of research on this, guys, like more than on anything I've ever done, that he still has 30 to go, roughly 30 chapters to go, which is roughly half the book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not coming out.
What a dumb shit. I mean, you could have done at least the decent thing that someone like Shatner or someone like Pattinson would do, which is just hire a few, writer monkeys to go on your outline, lay out a first pass, and then just go and nip and tuck it and punch it up a little bit. And, if you're not interested anymore, fine. But just, you've got tons of money. Go ahead and pay some very, very eager and talented writer to go ahead and emulate your style and go ahead and just crank it out, for fuck's sake. Who cares? Just tell the fucking story.
Yeah, that's what I totally agree with that. It's like, dude, just give us your 70% or 50% at this point. Just that's it. And then you can get Ty Frank or Dan Abrams, their former proteges, get them to, do it. Or
yeah.
I'm sure there are a couple of Uber fans out there who could be reasonable facsimile. At this point, I think that people would take that.
Yeah.
Would you take that audience rather than nothing?
Yeah.
I would.
Happens all the time, man. Happened in cartoon strips, in the early history. I mean, you'd have a lot of guys ghosting stuff. Hell, the great Will Eisner himself on The Spirit. Yeah. He had to go on World War II and had a ton of guys from his shop. Jack Cole did a lot of ghosting for him.
Neil Adams has had a lot of stuff ghosted for him.
Yeah. Aparo is spookily like Neil Adams in spots.
Is he? Remember when John Romita Jr. was first coming in, and he had this really clean art style, and then it got really loose. Well, it's because Bob Layton was fucking drawing for him pretty much. And it was John Romita's son. So they're like, come on in here, kid. I'll just, we'll put your name on the book. And quite frankly, I prefer John Romita Jr.'s earlier stuff to his later stuff. That was obviously Bob Layton. So yeah, it happens all the fucking time. Do it. Just do it. Yeah. We got another $100 super chat. Gee, I got to watch it. The father might be here. So I'll just go, Jesus Christie. WG, thank you for the $100 super chat on the YouTube side. The other one was on the Streamlabs donation. Thank you very much. Hail DC and Gary. Quick question. Can Doomcock enjoy rewatching Game of Thrones? Never mind. Got my answer. No. Yeah. Well, just to let everybody know, can you watch another second of the series? Not even the first, like the first season's fucking great. Can you watch it again?
Never. I can't. What is the point? I would feel so used. I would feel like such a chump. And all of the greatness of the first 4 seasons would just hurt. It would just hurt. It's like, yeah, that show, it never had an ending. It never, that show. It's like 2 shows. It's like, the first 4 seasons and then the last bit. And that first 4 will never make it. I'll never see that greatness realized. And it's just heartbreaking. It's just heartbreaking. So no, I can't, man. I can't.
Oh, I know I can't either. I played the Telltale game. I got this close to playing the board game, like in the games. I got the little McFarlane Legos that they did. Everything. I have multiple first printings of the book. I have the British first printing and the American first printings of all the books. I have all first printings of each book they published. I was into this shit, and I spent, God, in 2011 when it came out, 2012, I was on the Wiki of Ice and Fire, because I didn't get into the books until the show came out. So I had people coming into my comic store telling me to read this thing, and I'm like, I don't have time for a fantasy series. I'm reading, I read 10 comics a day. And it's true. I only read 2 books that were all words in the 10 years I owned the comic shop. I didn't have time to read books. I was too busy reading comic books. But after I sold the comic shop, I dived in and that's when I started taking on A Song of Ice and Fire after the series. And that was during my little break in LA, and read them over and over and over and over and over again to a weird, bizarre, obsessive level that it's probably not very healthy. But when I was finished with one, I'd start it over again and read it again. And I could have won trivia contests, and I was on the Wiki of Ice and Fire and just reading every theory on Reddit I could find. And I was doing that up until a couple of years ago, about a year and a half ago. Just in my downtime, that was what I did in my free time. If I'm at the line in a bank, I'm looking at a Song of Ice and Fire theory, and I'm reading it back to front, like as much as I can. And that, and then just one day I realized he's not finishing these books. Like, and now it's not a dream for spring. He's not finishing Wins Winter, folks. It's not coming out.
Nope.
It's not.
I'm glad you finally have accepted this, Grasshopper. I had to really, I had to intervention. I had to intervene with you because, it's not a pleasant thing to think. And I know you have invested so much time and love into this thing. And just seeing you counting down the years, it is like, man, dude, at this point, if that second to last book comes out, fine. But I urge you not to read it or spend money on it because the last one's never coming out.
I think at this point, George owes the fans an explanation. I just come out and be honest, dude. I mean, people will get mad. They'll get over it. If you come out and say, and again, get somebody else to finish it. By the way, he will not let anybody else finish the books, which is the most selfish thing ever, to be honest. Yep. It's the most selfish thing ever. And I think he owes the fans an explanation. Just come out and tell us the truth. Go, I lost interest. I couldn't figure out a way to end this. I think he was close to finishing the book in 2015. I think it was really close. And I think he's rewritten a bunch of shit. And I think a lot of that has to do with the current political environment in sci-fi books, which is, if you think comics are bad, if you think Hollywood is bad, the sci-fi book scene it's decimated. It's terrible. I mean, it's a communist book scene. That's what it is. The Star Trek communist. By the way, I'm almost thankful Star Trek.com put that on their website a couple of weeks ago because the math is off. What we had been saying, everybody here, they're using entertainment as fucking propaganda. Well, hello. Yes, they are. Oh God. And so and that's probably why he, there's one little line that I keep thinking of is Roose Bolton says, "Don't make me rue the day I raped your mother." Like, it's funny and it's terrible, but it's because Ramsey Bolton is a bastard begotten of rape. And he would get destroyed for that now, utterly destroyed. And that's not even the worst thing that's in there. Trust me.
I know, but it's like, again, I think that what we need to do is stop worrying about what these fucking little snowflakes will or won't take. Say whatever the fuck you want to. Say it loud, say it proud, and say it again. And when they go ahead and complain, double down.
Yep.
Double down. I am, I don't want to, I don't ever get political. I never do. And don't construe this as criticism or support, but I'll tell you, old Donald, he showed the value of never fucking changing his tune. Just didn't give a fuck. And I mean, you can say that's bad, you can say that's good. I'm not taking a position on it, but boy, it works.
No, it works. And as a YouTuber, you need to adopt that. Absolutely. Especially, when you're trying to be as honest and authentic with your as humanly possible. You have to stand by your beliefs. And that's what Gina did. Gina stood like in a fashion that I knew better. I got into a debate on somebody with Twitter. Nobody saw it. But there was a guy, I said, happy birthday, Gina Carano. By the way, happy birthday, Gina Carano.
Happy birthday.
Ago. And I said, don't ever change. And he's good. And some guy responded like, that's right. Because stagnation is is the path to enlightenment. And it's like, oh, because you believe all the lies. You believe all the lies. No, having a spine, basically, if that's the way you're going to go through life, then walk through life bent over. Be ready to take it. You don't evolve by appeasing people and by folding to especially not just criticism, lies and slander. And what she did was stand up to that, and that propelled her to a stardom she would have never achieved, ever achieved, had she just played it safe in Hollywood. And now she's an uber star of her own.
Mm-hmm.
She has her own brand. She doesn't need to rely on Disney or what? There's so many people out there who are, they're famous and they're popular, but it's only because they're attached to a much bigger brand and company. She doesn't need that shit anymore. She is so free. She is one of the freest independent creators out there now. And she doesn't even have to create art. She just has to be herself. At this point, she's going to create art anyway, but because Americans fucking love it when you have a spine and you got backbone or a big metaphorical sack, which she has. Hail Gina. George Mallow, $350. Hey. This episode is sponsored by George Mallow and WG. And Game of Thrones was a man. If Game of Thrones was a man, he would have been a two-pump chump who came and went, wet the bed and rolled onto his feet, expecting a smile and and vivacious thanks. Game of Thrones equals George R.R., a man who screws you and doesn't even respect you to offer enough to offer a reach around. Great stream. Hail Doompot. Hail Nerdrotic. Thank you, George.
Thank you, George. You're awesome, man. George is a very generous fellow, and really appreciate you, brother.
Love you, man. George doesn't care. George's attitude, and I didn't want to believe this for the longest time because I know George is a major nerd. He's like, and hasn't changed in that respect. Like, he's not some douchey Hollywood sellout. The guy was born and bred nerd, right down to the weird laugh. When he first started actually making money, he bought a Robbie the Robot, and it's like, I can respect that. Finish your fucking book though. Respect your fellow nerds and don't take this attitude like I don't know. owe you anything. And Neil Gaiman came out with the George R. Martin is not your bitch. And, at this point, he is. At this point, he is. If he wants to have a legacy, dude, if you want to have a legacy where you're remembered positively, then you better give the fans what they want, or otherwise you're forget Robert Jordan. And I hope this day is a long way off, but when you do eventually leave this world, you will only be known for not finishing a book. That's it. Not all the great works that you did complete. And I don't want that to happen to you, George. It's constructive criticism. That's all. I definitely want the ending of this fucking book, because you're goddamn right. I spent a lot of fucking time on that thing. All right. So yeah, we're going to put Game of Thrones to bed. Falcon and Winter Soldier. This should have been, Doomcock, the easiest show for them to do. This should have been, this is like that, it's a sure thing. It was an absolute sure thing. You're basing it off of your most successful trilogy within the MCU is the Captain America trilogy. Of course, you don't have Chris Evans, but you have a very popular Anthony Mackie and Sebastian Stan in a buddy cop. They obviously have the chemistry to do that, and they didn't do it. And they made this boring, nonsensical at times. Doesn't the story feel disjointed to you at times?
Oh, absolutely. It's like it's lurching around in different directions. Like, maybe the script was a movie that, was completed years ago, and now they are injecting woke bullshit into it to try and, straddle that fine line between good and suck. And they are veering towards suck in a lot of this stuff. It could have been really great. For God's sakes, just give us a straightforward superhero show. What is so fucking hard about that? Look at Invulnerable. Look at even The Boys. I mean, God knows has a lot of woke shit shoved in it, but it also has some great stuff. And this thing is slow, and just the woke shit just makes you roll your eyes. It's just so obviously grafted on. You see it coming a mile away. I'm just sick of this shit.
Yeah. I mean, you get the same feeling as The Boys in Cap. I mean, it's the same thing where they call it incel Cap, but it's such an underdeveloped character, by the way. The John Walker character is completely underdeveloped. And you could have done something. Well, you could have adapted U.S. Agent from the comics a little more accurately, and that would have made a lot more sense. But they wanted to send this message, and they wanted to really lean in to the Rossicism issue, and it's been very heavy-handed. And I watch around. I'm watching other reactions to this, and I'm not saying there isn't a place for this type of storytelling. There absolutely is. Make an original piece of work. But Falcon and Winter Soldier on Disney Plus, you want kids to watch this shit? I freaking guarantee you, the only people watching this shit are hardcore Marvel fanboys. But we just, you talked to Andre, by the way, happy birthday, Andre, from Midnight's Edge. You talked to him earlier. I talked to him today, and I asked him, I said, how big of an MCU fan are you? And at 1 to 10, he said 8, but he hasn't watched WandaVision, and he hasn't watched Falcon and Winter Soldier. I think Disney was under the assumption that everybody was just going to watch this shit because it's Marvel. And I think that's a very bad assumption. Now, we heard from Disney that the first or second episode was the second most watched thing on Disney Plus, but that's according to Disney. Is anybody believe that?
No.
The Nielsen ratings, they're better than Parrot Analytics, but I don't know how they get their ratings. I honestly don't know. I don't know how you can get any of these ratings, but I think the biggest sign was last week when they did a mid-season trailer with 2 episodes to go. And there was no new footage. Why would you do that? Why would Disney do it? Marvel? Why would Marvel do that? Marvel.
I don't know, man. It makes a lot of this setup really doesn't make a lot of sense to me, except, like I said, I think that a lot of these shows are, movies that got canceled and, that they've chopped up and reprocessed into TV shows. And, it's, in this case, it's padded. I mean, WandaVision, for God's sakes, was, a bunch of basically 20-minute episodes padded out to 30. And they don't have any depth. They don't have any momentum. They don't have any kind of verisimilitude, if you will. It's just kind of, well, we've got to fill this slot. Let's fill it as best we can. And there's no spark of inspiration here. I mean, my God, there's more excitement in a 20-minute episode of Primal without any words than there is in the entirety of WandaVision and Falcon and Winter Soldier. I stood up and applauded in the privacy of my fucking living room, watching this thing on a laptop. So yeah,
it's not even close, right?
No, not even fucking close.
There's better writing in your average Venture Brothers episode than
many more ideas, dude,
than the entirety of anything original from Disney Plus.
Yep.
Everything, even the great Favreau, who was only very average on the Mandalorian, in my opinion. They're not getting the best talent. They're getting the most obedient talent. That's what Disney is doing. You got to be a very obedient person to work for Disney, which is still an incredibly woke company. And this deciding to take this direction with the MCU is definitely going to hurt them publicly. A lot of people are probably going to be afraid to criticize this show. But we've never shied away from that, Doomcock, have we? Never. No. Even in the face of the Watchmen, when we were called the most dangerous live stream on the air.
Because we didn't kowtow or compromise on Wokeman. I mean, it was garbage. It was just straight up garbage that completely trashed the original. And I mean, there was not, other than Party Balloon. That episode with Party Balloon, I genuinely liked. And I mean, it just goes to show you, I always tell the truth. I always tell the truth, even when it's a truth that our viewers are not interested in hearing. Even then, at the point where the Snyder cut, debuted, everyone was really pissed off at Zack Snyder for all this stuff that had happened to Geeks and Gamers in the live stream and stuff. And I thought that was absolutely deplorable. There's no doubt about it. But even then, I watched that damn show and I thought it was great. I mean, I really, really liked it. And I said so. I knew that people would be, fuck Zack Snyder and everything. No, I gotta tell the truth. I separate out always the artist from the art. And I just evaluate the art, folks. I do not review people. And the Snyder cut, to me, I fucking loved it. And the more I think about it, the more I like it. And I'm especially dwelling on Zack Snyder's excellence in directing. This guy is like a classical director where his camera movements are smooth. He lets a scene breathe. He doesn't do the cheap ass shaky camera, first person, let's just take a whole bunch of fucking coverage and chop it up on an editing bay. No, he choreographs scenes. He choreographs them. I imagine he storyboards in the traditions of Hitchcock and Spielberg and all the greats out there. The more I think about Zack Snyder, I still do not particularly like his take on the DC universe, and a lot of his movies I'm not pleased with. But just speaking about him as a director, the more I think about it, the more respect I have for the guy personally, for his directing style. I never pull my punches. I never cater, and I never bow. I tell it like it is.
That's all we can do. I give it a very positive review. I've seen it 4 times. I
think it's good.
I didn't hate Batman versus Superman. You know, I like scenes of it. It has a messy fucking ending, and I think it's a bad take on Superman. Now the Snyder Cut fans will say it's an unfinished vision, and you know what? You're okay. I'll accept that, but I don't like where it started. I might like where it ended, but I own Man of Steel. I own Batman vs Superman. I own 1/6 Snyder Cut figures, and I thought fucking Darkseid was the shit. It was the shit. Loved it. But Justice League was a really good film that I enjoyed. I don't know if it's high art. I don't care. I loved it. I loved the aspect ratio. I loved everything about it. And you're right. I'm also a fan of 300, and I fucking love Watchmen. And I think Army of the Dead. It's got Tig Notaro in it though, dude. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I just I want to see the next Zack Snyder movie. I want to see
coming out on Netflix. It's Army of the Dead.
No. But I mean, in the Snyderverse. I mean, I want to see the next. I want them to continue and let him make his Darkseid sequel that was building up to in this movie. I really do. I want to see it.
Love to see it. I meant it when I said Zack Snyder's Justice League, and probably followed by the Suicide Squad were the only two superhero movies that I was really and Morbius. So the three superhero movies I was looking forward to were not MCU. Were not by Disney. And I, that's the one thing I loved about Venom. When I saw Venom's a very simple movie. It was shot in 6 months. Principle and everything was shot in 6 months, but it wasn't fucking woke. And it's very much in line with like the DCEU, and I would much rather have that. I would rather take that back and just get back to entertaining people, because escapism is dead. It's escapism is under attack, and I think it's close to being extinct completely. And unless we fight back, tell people what to, like, we can make our own stuff all we want, but for us to build an infrastructure to actually replace Hollywood with making our own TV shows and films, it's gonna take, we're about 100 years behind. All right, so it's gonna take us a couple of decades. So I think the best way to do it would continue to make independent entertainment, and then eventually that evolves and becomes something that can become competitive. And if it can become competitive, and then things will start to change, or it fragments, which it might do. And we just saw a giant theater an important theater chain. The ArcLight theaters are done in LA.
Yeah.
That's huge. Cinerama Dome, I hope it gets saved. I think it will. Cinerama Dome's fucking awesome and should not be torn down. But and then Alamo Drafthouse filed for Chapter 11, and I don't think it's going to last. The rent for one of those theaters, one of those ArcLight theaters in Sherman Oaks,
right,
was $181,000 a month.
Oh my God, jeez, wow. That's terrible.
Yeah, the rent for the Century Daly City in San Francisco, which isn't even in San Francisco, it's in Daly City, that's over $200,000 a month. $200,000 a month they need to pull in and rent. That's insane. It's not sustainable. It's just not. So Hollywood better start making shit that people want to watch. And I think King Kong and Godzilla really did send a message. I think Lois and Clark, to a much lesser extent, sent a message. I think the fucking Justice League sent a message that Warner Brothers absolutely ignored. Doesn't give a fuck. I'd love to tell you, there is a lot of shit going down at Warner Brothers, though. So
yeah, that's what I've heard too. And AT&T is not happy with this bullshit. And they're actual business. They're not Hollywood. And they're rather dismayed at how horribly things are run.
Yeah. But the thing is, they took on this company and they can't just fire everybody, right? They can't. I'm sure they'd love to, but it wouldn't be smart because you have to play ball in that town, and it's still an insular town, really is. Ezekiel. Oh, I'm going to try to not butcher your last name. Oceanero. Ezekiel Oceanero for 50 Argentinian dollars, Hungarian DC. Who has the greater chance of finishing the book series, George R. R. Martin or Patrick Rothfuss? Greetings from Argentina. I don't know who Patrick Rothfuss. George is not going to finish the book. I don't even know who it is, and George will be slower.
Sure. Yeah. Well, never. You can't be slower than never. The best you could do is tie it. So
yeah. Mikey Gustler came in early on for $50. What's up, Mikey? What's up, Mikey? Mikey Gustler, the Snyder Cut's biggest fan. Good evening. I'd say bigger fan than Ryan Kinnell. Good evening, Nerdrotic and Doomcock. I have a guest suggestion for Friday Night Tights. Her name is Jay Longbone. She's a great YouTube creator and makes great videos. She would be a great gift for the show, but she's hounded on STD before, so invite her on. I know who Jay Longbone is. She's been on EFAP before. Yeah, certainly. Absolutely. She's really good. She's really good. Corin Witch in Residence for $5. In regards to Kathleen Kennedy, is it too early to sing Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead from The Wizard of Oz? It's never too early. It's just, I hope she is. At this point, separating art from artist, I can't do it all the time, right? So with Gina Carano, that broke what little I was willing to at least review The Mandalorian and give it a chance because I thought it was a turn in the right direction. So I'm like, listen, for Star Wars fans, I will have an open mind and I'll watch it. And it was kind of relieving because I was able to review it objectively because I had no skin in the game. I don't care about Star Wars anymore. You know what? The fucking Pablo Hidalgo can have it as far as I'm concerned because I don't care. But I was willing to I'll look at this, and I reviewed both seasons. I got tired. The second season was disjointed and bad. It just was. It had some great moments, the Luke Skywalker moment, but to go back and watch that 19-minute Boba Fett episode, it's bad. It's really bad. I set one scene to Benny Hill music, and I think season 1 was much more coherent. It was actually about the Mandalorian. Baby Yoda was a little more into the story. So I still believe that season 1 was a superior season. You take away Luke Skywalker from season 2, you got what? Bo-Katan, you got Ahsoka Tano, you got Boba Fett, but what do you got outside of that? Very skinny Timothy Oliphant. I mean,
well, I liked it. I mean, I liked it better than that, but I agree the first season was better, except Luke Skywalker was such a watershed moment that it just reignited the fandom. And, I just wonder what Favreau could accomplish and Filoni could accomplish if they didn't have all of the weight of Kennedy and her minions around and pushing on. I mean, the rumor that I got from the set was that, Favreau knows who the Kennedy spies are, and when one of them is around or on the set, he would say, we must, be cautious. The eye of Sauron is upon us. And, if he didn't have to be cautious and they just trusted him and just let him do what the fuck he wants to do, we might get Iron Man level, entertainment. I just really believe that. I think that he's doing the best he can. But I imagine even pulling off what he's done, he could have done a lot better if he had some support of people at the top or was at the top himself. That's my gut feeling on the thing.
If he was whatever power Gina getting fired, you deserve that, in my opinion. Because he picked that role for her. She was an insanely popular character. She was everything Disney said they wanted, a strong female that everybody fucking loved, but they didn't like her politics and they didn't like them for a long fucking time. And thankfully, for Gina, she had fuck you money. She could do what she did. And instead of, and a lot of actors have that money, by the way, Jon Favreau has that money. She stood for her fucking principles. And I think she knew she put something like that out there, she was going to get a lot of heat. I think, I can't say that for sure. I would just think she knew, or she wasn't afraid, which is even better. But I know the attitude that I've heard from a lot of people is after Gina, it doesn't matter what they do. I mean, if we look at it practically, they're going to be fucking around before the Disney trilogy, and they can do that for 5 years. Easily. And I think that's probably how long it's going to take. Ahsoka Tano's going to probably, they're going to go, it's basically going to be Rebels season, whatever the next season is going to be, 4 or 5. I can't remember. God, I just can't muster a care. And it's because they did that. And I feel bad for Jon Favreau, but, Disney has made it utterly clear, in my opinion, what direction they're going into. And that's why Bob Iger's bailing. Like, Bob Iger knows this shit is going to hit the fan. Like, it's going to hit the fan. And that's why cheap ass Bob Chapek is there because Bob Iger's probably a lot like Jar Jar Abrams. When it's time to take the heat, he's never fucking around. He's gone.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's not over till it's over. And, I would suspect that if indeed these rumors are true of Kennedy's imminent departure, we know that Kennedy can't go alone, that, they've also got to hollow out, at least a core of the woke wankers that are, choking the life out of Star Wars and everything else. I think Favreau is staying. You said he's got fuck you money, and he does. I think he's staying because he genuinely wants to do something good with Star Wars, and I think that he was succeeding, and I think that's one of the reasons. I think that's the primary reason why, if the rumors are true, and I don't know that they are, that Kennedy and her people, basically targeted, Gina Carano and just were waiting for any excuse and pounced on it to sabotage him and stop his momentum. And I've got some stuff coming out here about that. I've got some leaks from some fairly good sources. I'm hoping that, look, I predicted, or at least my sources predicted way back, that when they canceled Star Wars Celebration 2021 and moved it to 2022, that Kennedy was going to be gone by then. It was going to be a whole new direction for Star Wars. That is still on track more than ever. And I'm not giving up hope. I personally hope that, they will do whatever it takes to go ahead and make things right with Gina Carano and offer her her position back, which she may not take, and I wouldn't blame her. But if she did, I think it would be a good thing for fans. I think it would be vindication for her, and I hope that'll happen. But I don't know. I'm still holding out hope because I love Star Wars. I've loved it all my life, I'm just not willing to let a franchise go if it can possibly be saved. And if we can just save one, if we can just turn the course on one, it will be like a domino that will spread throughout Hollywood and possibly change the landscape. Because look at Kong, Godzilla versus Kong. Look at the Snyder Cut. Success in a time of famine is something that even fucking Hollywood understands. And if we can do that, if we can just knock that first domino down, maybe we can turn the tide and start saving some stuff.
Okay. I think it's much more possible with Warner Brothers than it is with Disney. That's my belief. So for Star Wars, for me to give it even the time of day, they would have to offer Gina her job back, and she would have to take it. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't think that's they will never offer her a job back. I just can't see it happening. Now, we have 2 years till The Mandalorian season 3 comes out, which is absolutely insane. Absolutely
Well,
insane.
it is, and you know what? That's a fuck you. From what I understand, from what my sources are saying, that's like, well, Disney, you went ahead and fired Gina. You fucked up all my plans, so now you can't have The Mandalorian till 2023. So suck on that. And that's like a sobering fucking thing for a channel that's so starved for entertainment that they're putting on, Wanker Soldier and Falcon. I mean, this is bad news for them. This is all they've got right now. This is all they fucking got.
Is it Favreau's decision or is it Disney's decision?
Well, it's not a decision if you just don't have it. If you're like, look, if she was in every fucking episode and now it's gone and what are they going to do? Recast? Well, that'd be suicide. So I don't know.
Because of Pedro too. Now Pedro is going to go do the fucking Last of Us on HBO. I can't wait for that.
Oh my God.
And priority, apparently that's taken priority. And, it seems to me that there was some truth to whatever that shit was going down too. Like he was a bit of a problem.
Oh,
and he
yeah.
had taken his mask off a couple of times. So,
right.
I think that might have something to do with it too. She was supposed to be in a separate show. I doubt that separate show is going to see the light of day now. It'll probably be one of those things announced, then it just gets dusted. And we got the Ahsoka Tano show coming for sure. And then the former Harvey Weinstein, Leslie Headland's woke ass intersectional show that's going to rewrite some of the lore for Star Wars. The EU fans, I can bet you they can't wait for that one. Yeah, there's nothing like and then Kenobi, the Ben Kenobi show, which is going to be 4 episodes.
Well, isn't that funny that that's about the length of a movie when they were going to have a Obi-Wan Kenobi movie and now it's chop. It's going to be 4.
Deborah Chow will be directing it, but it's not going to have any Favreau involvement at all. So, and then we got Juan Solo is coming out. I think that's the next one, a Cassian Andor one after Boba Fett.
Yeah, Juan Solo. I like that.
Andor. God, what a sleeper. So, yeah.
It won't be as bad as Solo, a Star Wars story, which lost money, by the way.
Solo lost money.
I don't know if you know that, but look, it's dicey right now, and they know it. And I think that they really, I just would love to give Disney a chance to go back in time and see if they would do it again. I bet they wouldn't. But
well, I mean,
too late.
Kennedy was saddled by George. I mean, George is the one who hired her, and then she's the one who turned around and stabbed him in the back. And that's Hollywood. George should have kind of seen that coming, but
well, he's never really been one with Hollywood. Ultimately, honestly, he's more. Even doing Star Wars, he was an indie filmmaker. I mean, Star Wars was an indie film that got picked up by 20th Century Fox. Basically, he went to every place in town, and they all turned him down until Alan Ladd Jr. said, "Oh, we'll give this guy a chance." Well, okay, but that's why he's able to, self-finance and make his own movies. He had utter control over Empire and Return of the Jedi because he was smart and they were stupid. They didn't realize how valuable this was.
That was great. Fucking Alec Guinness ended up cutting a great deal. He's like, I want a little bit off the back end, which ended up being a lot of fucking money for him.
Oh yeah.
Then poor David Prowse didn't get a fucking penny.
Yeah, I know it. Although I hear at Christmas, George Lucas gave Hamill and Ford and Fisher 1% gifts of the gross that he received. So I mean that's substantial money.
That's nice. So what's Kathleen Kennedy is going to be? Is it like imminent, like a week, a couple of weeks?
No, we don't. I mean, that's the fog of war, is that I've literally got like something like 5, 6 sources, everybody with a slightly different story, but they're all basically saying whether it's vacant, whether it's, that she's stripped of power until she's quietly going to go away when her contract isn't renewed, or that there's going to be some kind of meeting, but her fate is sealed. I mean, either way, it ain't. I mean, that High Republic shit, coupled with the Gina Carano thing, coupled with Favreau, they need Favreau, and Favreau saying, well, you know what, you fucked up all these plans, so you're gonna have to wait while we rejigger everything, because it's not just the Mandalorian, it's also all these other shows that are interconnected that they announced. It's just not a good thing. But I tell you what, a little unsolicited advice, Disney, cancel the Acolyte while you can, because that the day is going to come when Leslie Headland gets canceled, because you cannot work for Harvey Weinstein for as long as she did without something is going to come out, and it's gonna make all the other cancel shit tame. You are playing with fucking fire with that shit, and I'm just saying, you might want to think about it.
So Jon Favreau is the executive producer on Ahsoka and Book of Boba Fett, but who's the show? Is he the showrunner for any of those?
I don't know, but I mean, it's ultimately his and Filoni's overarching vision for the whole thing, in the same way, like Feige and in the Marvel verse. I mean, he's kind of behind it all, other than I guess Obi-Wan and Acolyte, but those are kind of the outliers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a personal decision. I think, quite frankly, Disney, to me, it was more despicable what they did to Gina. It's one thing to deconstruct Luke, which has already been said and done, by the way. It's been said and done. And in a lot of ways, it's worse. I still think Doctor Who is the worst example of what you do to a franchise. But, with the same with George and A Song of Ice and Fire, there's a point where I got to go, you know what? Book ain't coming out. And with Gina, I think a lot of people hit that point. Bad Batch is coming out. Does anybody give a shit about the Bad Batch?
No.
Fine. If you want to enjoy that stuff, that's fine. Just know that there's a very, very good chance that you'll get more of the same. We cannot expect Disney to change unless they have a failure. They need a failure. They haven't had one yet. They've lost money. They got a diminishing returns on their Disney trilogy, but The Mandalorian saved Kathleen Kennedy's ass. It did. That's just a fact. And Jon Favreau was to blame. And you know what? How does she thank him? She fires his handpicked actress, and he's still there. He's still there. So we got to see how things play out. But personally, I could give a fuck. I mean, they like, unless they brought back Gina and apologize to the fans, because that's the whole point. That was the whole point of the Zack Snyder thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
A lot of people were upset about the Zack Snyder thing, was what he said, not about Geeks and Gamers, but what about the people who subscribe to Geeks and Gamers. And he helped further a fucking narrative out there that's being labeled to this day. That's on all of us. That's all the fans need to come first. And if there is still that massive disrespect, listen, Hollywood's whole attitude right now is essentially, if you are, and I don't want to get political, never wanted to get political on this fucking show ever, but I got to call like I see it. And if you are classic liberal, if you're centrist, if you're conservative, you are labeled shit. Was called a Yahtzee yesterday. I was on Twitter. So, to this point, I'm just fucking used to it. Don't even know what I did this time. I just was somebody just going, you're a Yahtzee. I'm like, oh, whatever. For what thing this time? But until that fucking changes. And when they said what they said about Gina, not just firing her, remember, saying that she disparaged a large group of people and that like all of that she was saying the same thing about everybody who supported her. And to go back to something like this, you're going back to people who fucking hate you, at least with Warner Brothers, you can work it out that there is entities at Warner Brothers who want, or at least AT&T, who want to give you good entertainment. Right. So it's getting
well,
tough.
there are chunks of people in Lucasfilm want to give you good entertainment too. They're just afraid for their fucking lives, metaphorically speaking. And look, one of my sources said, the problem is that everyone in Hollywood, everyone can get canceled. Everyone has something hanging over their head that if the eye of Sauron turns on them and decides to get them canceled, they will be canceled. And so it's a reign of terror throughout Hollywood. And there are really good people, really creative people still out there. But, there's also the woke contingent, which I think probably is, not necessarily even the majority, but they are the ones that are at the top, and they're spreading this bullshit and terror. And that's a big impediment to getting good entertainment out there.
Well, yeah. And then there's the self-censoring of, you're not even free to write anymore.
Sure.
Which is and we're
terrible.
just constant garbage. Gina grew up right down the street, always an excellent young lady. Love what she is and love what she does. Oh, I hate how the name is just completely covered up here. I'll get your name again. Sorry. I'm covered up on my pin chat. I'll fix that in just a second. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to get into my channel. There we go. Got to get into the channel. Disney right now is the worst. They are the most woke company in Hollywood, period. They're the biggest. They're the most woke. And what we're, with the Falcon and Winter Soldier, what we've seen with WandaVision, these are things that were made 2 years ago. So this is even recent production, right?
Yeah.
And we won't know for a while. Everything's been delayed, but I promise you Black Widow will be just as woke, if not worse.
Oh yeah.
Because of Jack Schaefer. And it doesn't need to be. None of this is necessary, and it's costing them hugely, and they don't know it yet because they haven't had anything come out. So everything's on hold. And I think a lot of people have, for one, we're getting long in the tooth with people being locked down and to certain different levels.
Mm-hmm.
And Texas and Florida are pretty open, but like, look at the poor folks in Canada. California just opened up. People are getting cooped up, man. They're getting sick of it. And California just opened up recently, and now it's starting to look like kind of normal, aside from masks, but parking lots are full now. Went to a pizza place and there was a line out the fucking door. Haven't seen that in a year. So, will people run back to theaters? Maybe if there's any open, but look, we're seeing like we talked about the comic book industry was always a great sign of like how healthy pop culture is. And boy, is it in trouble. The comic industry is in deep, deep trouble.
Oh, yeah.
I was on my way right before the show. I was going to go to a comic store, and I haven't been to this comic store in, 3 or 4 years. Last time I was down here visiting, and it was open, but it was empty. Their new release shelf, which used to go across their whole wall, like was a third of their wall. Mm-hmm. They had some back issues, and they were selling cards, and they were doing card games in there. And that's pretty much how they make their own money. But all the back issues that were on the walls, all the toys just gone.
Whoa, that's terrible.
It sucked. It was like, oh man, I felt bad for the guy, but
yeah.
Who knows? I would love for Gina to come back, but if she's giving all these interviews being negative about Disney, would they let her back? Toddzilla for $5? No, she is burning that bridge. I mean, she straight up said at the end of the Ben Shapiro interview, it's like, don't, she's talking about Disney when she says, don't destroy my life with lies when I can destroy yours with the truth. She was pointing that finger at Disney. There was a lot of people, Disney wanted her to go through a struggle session, folks. I'm sure most of you caught that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Jeez. I'm glad she said fuck you to that shit.
Yeah. Nerdrotic. Who is Kenobi apologizing to? Asked Eric Winberg for $2. They'll find somebody. Maybe Shmi. Maybe Shmi's still alive. Fred W. Manzo for $9.99. Kathleen Kennedy will be promoted to the head of her own division. Have nothing to do with Star Wars. That way she can say she wasn't fired, and there will be a minimum of SJW blowback on Twitter. We will see, Fred.
We will see.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just key when she, in that leaked document that surely came from the Kennedy camp saying, there's no civil war at Star Wars. And in fact, Kathy gets along swimmingly with Jon Favreau and even would like to see him succeed her as president of Lucasfilm when she gets promoted or retires, which was the entire purpose of that thing, is to put spin on it. If she knows that her time is short, she's putting a spin on it. Oh, well, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, I wanted him to become I wanted him to take over Star Wars and succeed me because I love the guy. That's the equivalent of a cat. If it, trips on something and you look at it and it kind of casually sits and licks itself like, oh, I meant to do that. That's basically what I saw that post as.
Excellent. Somebody says the Blank podcast with, hang on. Is that Ian Slater? Yeah, it's Ian Slater. The Blank podcast. Still hope Tim Pool interviews Doomcock. You're going to get interviewed by Tim Pool?
I haven't had that extended to me, but I'd be certainly willing to hang out with Tim Pool. Sure, I'd love that. That'd be great.
I'd love for if it happens. I would love to, because he put out a tweet today saying that he thought Falcon and Winter Soldier was pretty anti-woke.
Well, that's I'm sorry, but we disagree with that. We disagree with that. And I think you're about to demonstrate very vividly that is incorrect, sir.
Yeah, we're about to take a look at that. Yeah, I had Adam Krigler on Friday. He's a good dude. Tim Pool's former co-host. I got another. I know you don't have a problem with Tim. I don't have a problem with Tim.
No,
I certainly debate him on that one, respectfully, but I respectfully disagree. Now we could be parsing terms here. Now, if you want to go, well, no, it's still pretty fucking woke. Okay, but it's intersectional is the bigger problem. The race stuff is really ham-fisted and just forced. I can't believe I heard some people I respect quite a bit going, I thought it was dealt with pretty well. I'm like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Let's watch a scene together. Let's
do that. And a fair disclosure, I have not seen this scene as of yet. So you'll be getting my pure, unfiltered reaction here.
And we're going to this is the only place I know it's up. We're going to my good friend and our mutual good friend, the Critical Drinker, put this up on his Twitter, and then he retweeted Editron screw the Euro Super League or whatever. What's the Euro Super League? I got tweeted that today too. I don't know what the Euro Super League is.
I don't either. I don't know what that is. I haven't heard it. Chad will probably tell us.
Yeah. Don't tell us. Okay, so here we go. We're going to share this screen. All right, we'll full screen this. All right, here you go. You're watching this for the first time. There we go.
Feels weird picking it up again. The legacy of that shield is complicated, to say the least. When Steve told me what he was planning, I don't think either of us really understood what it felt like for a black man to be handed the shield. How could we? I owe you an apology. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
Thank you.
What
Feels weird.
the fuck was that?
Well,
What the fuck was that? What the fuck does Bucky have to apologize for? What?
so there's Isaiah in the show. He is the truth. Basically, the episode was called The Truth. There's a comic book by Kyle Baker called The Truth, where you find out Isaiah was a super soldier that they tested on, but they made it a little different in the show. Okay. They locked up Isaiah for 30 years. They fucked him over in the show. By the way, the MCU is just a horribly ugly place. And you know, again, I want people to separate this. I'm not saying you can't tell these stories or shouldn't tell stories like this. I'm saying, can't shit be fun any fucking more? Like, this is the most dour fucking postmodern bullshit. I'm fed up with it. That's why even Invincible, man, I'm like, and I know the context of Invincible. I've read the comic books. I understand, but I'm just fucking fed up with this kind of storytelling. It's tired at this point, especially without the context of actual heroism, because that's looked at on as a negative. They even disrespected it within this show. So you just asked the question, why would Bucky have to apologize to Sam for Steve giving Sam honor? It was a fucking honor. So instead of showing the progress of that, of Steve handing the shield to a black man, they said Steve didn't think about it. Well, why don't they have a conversation then? Because they're friends, right? Wouldn't they have a conversation about this instead of not telling Steve and treating him like some naive grandpa, plus disrespecting Captain America? You just undercut Captain America completely right there. Just like in WandaVision when they undercut Thanos, and Doctor Strange, just like that. All for the agenda. You don't need to do it like this. You don't need to do it like this. And you know,
I still don't get it. Explain why there has to be an apology for Captain America handing Sam the shield. The only thing I would think to apologize for is apologizing like Sam is a sidekick. And he should, okay, I'll just hang up my wings and my whole identity and stuff to assume yours, to take the crumbs from your table and assume your mantle. What about my mantle that I've already done as myself, as an original? I mean, maybe that might be, but no. Other than that, I don't have any idea what the fuck he's supposed to apologize for. I still don't get it.
This is the bad timing of this show. So this show was made probably with thinking a certain president would still be president. And well, there's many different ways you can look at this. This is why you don't want to get too topical and too political in your story, because you can't make them fast enough, especially if they're delayed by the coof. And then shit gets a little bit dated. But essentially, Isaiah says no self-respecting black man would carry that shield. I'm paraphrasing what he said. And
why?
And they really push. Well, they're just pushing the whole the bill. Okay, the BLM organization talking points, not the not BLM. There's a difference between the two. There's the Black Lives Matter statement, and then there's the organization, which is run by Marxists. So that buy a lot of houses. So what message, and like they still have an episode to go. So that's the only thing I'm holding back on just completely blowing up at this, because they could flip it and hopefully Anthony Mackie's Falcon rises above all this and shows that Captain America, I love, somebody made a big long video about how much I don't understand Captain America. I love when people do that. Captain America is about the ideal. It's not about actually working for the government. He is a symbol of hope. He's the Superman of Marvel. Unfortunately, a lot of the creatives right now at Marvel don't like Captain America and have never known what to do with him. Right. And I sold comics in a town where people were actively like, I hate Captain America. I'll never buy that book. And I talked them into buying it. I talked them into buying it because I'm all, no, this is a symbol of the people, right? Of the people, of all of us together, both parties, everything. He's supposed to be that uniting thing. Kind of like what escapism is supposed to be.
Right.
And let's see if they are uniting with this story or dividing. So far, it's very divisive. It's very divisive. And they don't know what to do with the John Walker character at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's missing huge facets of it. Because you're right. He started out sympathetic, and you could have a story where he could still be the villain, or you could make it like U.S. Agent in the comic books, which was he took over the mantle and he was wrong for the job. And what you found out was Steve Rogers was this very special person. He just happened to be this very special person. But according to this show, all superheroes are the Ubermen. So,
right. Like they stated it that, anyone with special abilities is a supremacist. I guess because it makes ordinary people feel smaller or something. So in other words, we've got to go ahead and get rid of excellence. That's what really the woke agenda is to kind of average everyone out in a very communist way and get rid of excellence, get rid of heroes and people with extraordinary abilities, because God forbid that there should be anybody standing above the madding crowd. It's just pathetic. It's a sick message, and one that is anti-American in the extreme. And you want to know what Captain America represents? He does not represent imperialistic might. He does not represent strength or force. What he represents is morality and decency in the American way, as he showed in the Civil War arc in Marvel, which I would argue in the comics was one of the boldest and most significant crossover big universe events of all time. I mean, it was gripping. I couldn't believe what they were doing. And Captain America stood against an unjust and immoral law that America passed, forcing these heroes to register their identities and everything with the government. And you know what? Captain America stood up against America when America went wrong, because Captain America served as the conscience of the country. That was his greatest function, to keep the flame of genuine freedom burning, not simply the idea of adhering to laws or patriotism being mindless obedience. No. Captain America stood up and said, patriotism is adhering to the ideals of the country, even against its laws sometimes.
Isn't it strange how things unfold? If you relate that, because there's a lot of there was a lot of debates in my store sparked from that, because it was well written enough to show the validity and on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
For one, it was strange that they chose that certain path. Yes, Tony Stark was the corporate titan at the time, but if you think about why Iron Man became Iron Man, it was a little strange at the beginning.
Yeah.
So, but they chose those sides, right? And there was a lot of people who equated it to Second Amendment laws, because these superheroes are basically weapons. They're weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they used. And Marvel put Captain America on the side of freedom, right? And
yes.
Autonomy. And what did the government use? They used a tragedy to force on these laws.
Mm-hmm.
So New Warriors, Speedball, got blown up, right? And killed a bunch of kids in a school. Like, his powers and in a fight, and there was a big explosion and it killed a bunch of kids. Government comes in and says, we need to start registering superheroes.
Right.
And that started. And then, first, Tony was trying to like make a deal. Right. And what happened to the Speedball character, he turned into Penance, which was insane. He had this costume with spikes on the inside that he was wearing, like full on BDSM weird stuff.
Yes.
Felt so bad. And then it had people switching sides. It had Iron Man manipulating Spider-Man. And when Spider-Man found out that Iron Man, had a kill switch in his costume that he gave him, and a lot of things. And then there was the whole Punisher Captain America dynamic, which was great in there. There was Wolverine. It was good. But people were kind of let down by the ending. But it didn't really end.
It didn't really end.
Yeah. In Captain America 25 was the ending when he was killed. That was the real ending. But a lot of people felt burnt by that because they weren't told.
Well, I mean, why should they be told? I mean, the thing is, that's a dramatic statement. I mean, that's a hell of a statement. Captain America dies. I mean, you're hearkening back to things like the Patriot Act and stuff. I mean, it was horrible. I mean, Reed Richards, for God's sakes, building an extra dimensional super prison to lock up non-compliant superheroes, using his super science to basically build cages for former heroes. I was like, Jesus, this is something that you're not just gonna like snap and everything's gonna be back the same way it was. I mean, there's no really going back. I don't even know if. I mean, it's a hard thing, man. It fucked up their universe, but on the other hand, artistically, it was such a bold choice. I have to respect it.
It did, but they didn't have, again, with these sprawling crossovers, they never really know how to end them because they can't end succinctly because they need to go into the next thing. These are ongoing stories.
Right.
And they kind of let Mark Millar run free reign, but then again, you have this big sprawling crossover that had checklists and everybody were following it, but you ended the story in somebody else's book like 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
And people felt pissed because all those books were gone. There was no sign of it. It was a big surprise. It fucking surprised me. I was in the know. And all I know is Brubaker cryptically the night a couple on cutoff night said, make sure you order up on your Captain America. Something's going to happen. But they were saying shit like that on Facebook all the time.
Sure.
Luckily, I did a little bit, but not as if I'd have known, I'd have ordered 1,000 issues because I got to work that day and there's a line outside my fucking door. I'm like, what happened? Did somebody break in? What's going on? It's Wednesday. That's cool. We usually have a couple people at the door, but not like 50. That's unusual for my store. And they're like, Captain America died. I'm like, shut the front door. And he died. Yeah. And it was like, whoa. And who did it? And why? And it was good. It was good. I dug it. I liked it all. But that's really when the Marvel universe started to unravel.
It was very bold, but it was dangerous.
Yep.
I respect the hell out of it. Honestly, incredible approach to the material. Absolutely incredible.
Speaking of unraveling, did you hear the news about Alfred Molina going to be in Spider-Man No Way Home? And apparently, I don't know if they were joking about this, but he's going to be plucked right before he's redeemed in Spider-Man 2. So he's going to be plucked out of that moment in time and be a villain. And they're going to take away that redemption.
Well, that's bizarre.
It's really bizarre, right?
Well, are they going to bring Tobey Maguire?
Yeah. Tobey Maguire is going to be in it supposedly, and so is Andrew Garfield.
Wow, really? Well, that sucks. I mean, for Doc Ock, but that's wow. I don't know. That's weird. Who's going to direct it?
Watts, right? So
it's not going to be Sam Raimi.
No, Sam Raimi's doing Doctor Strange. Now there's a bunch of rumors that Sam Raimi might direct the next Spider-Man movie. I don't know about that. So,
I don't know, man. I don't want this Miles Morales shit. Give me Peter Parker or give me no Spider-Man movies.
Yeah. I don't mind like alternate universe stuff.
Right.
As long as Peter Parker's the main one, you know.
Right.
Crazy Pineapple says, "Hail, gentlemen. Hope is not a strategy regarding the KK rumors. Hoping Star Wars can be great again is like prospecting for gold in 2021 because of the 1849 gold rush. Even if KK is gone, beware of Disney's fool's gold for $20. The only thing we can hope for at this, I mean, we'll know definitively soon.
Yeah.
We'll know one way or the another definitively soon. Hollywood, whatever direction Hollywood's going to go in this year, well, shit. If I mean, God forbid this happens. I see what's going on in Canada right now, and they're doing these police state lockdowns, which is insane. If that comes here and we go through another year like that, then all bets are off with Hollywood. I don't know what survives or not after that. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be too concerned with leisure time and entertainment. Remember, this takes discretionary and disposable income, and that is shrinking right now. And people are being a lot more discretionary with their income because of that. And quite frankly, I appreciate all the money Hollywood has been saving me lately. I have been saving it. I have been saving my son, and I don't have to waste it on their shit. But I would love to enjoy something good. My God, right now, I can tell you right now, if we were positively reviewing a very, very popular Falcon and Winter Soldier show, it would be better for my channel. It'd be better for Doomcock's channel. It'd be better for everybody's channel if we were all enjoying something together and it was successful.
Yes, absolutely.
That's not happening. Even with the people liking the show, they're like, well, it's a very bold direction, but would you call this, does this have mass appeal? Does this have mass appeal? And I mean, like, seriously, I'm not talking about nerds. I'm talking about normies. I know, like, I'm going to watch this stuff to review it, but it's a chore now. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch the entire series to review it, which is, great. But like, even with something that's like kind of bad, I can find some enjoyment in reviewing it or stuff, but this is just drab. It's drab. Even with WandaVision, like, I enjoy Paul Bettany's Vision. Like, watching him act as Vision was a joy. I liked it. This is,
yeah, it's not fun. I mean, there is no fun. That's the big thing that's lacking in most of these Hollywood productions, even the superhero stuff, even the escapist thing. Fun. And even Godzilla versus Kong, we had to put up with this fucking the chick from Stranger Things. I can't remember what her name is, but
Bobby Brown.
Yeah. I mean, not her fault, but oh my God, it was just, why do we have to keep having that shit in our entertainment? It took me out of the thing, and I, of course, the great battles and special effects brought me back, but how about we just skip that shit, huh? How about we just don't have that shit and just have a good movie? Can we do that anymore?
Yeah, right. Just have fun. Yeah. I mean, that's what the Snyder Cut was. I mean, like, you look at it in the context of now, it's like, oh shit, at least it was fun. It was fun. It took itself very seriously, and that's good. It didn't like make a joke out of everything. Darkseid there wasn't like somebody cracking jokes about Darkseid. He was taken very serious. I was like, God, this is a throwback. I love it. I love it. I would love to be talking about a Winter Soldier-esque Falcon and Winter Soldier show that's more like a buddy comedy thing that has a lot of, because you could have serious and levity all at the same time. Raiders of the Lost Ark is a great example of that. And Big Trouble in Little China. There's a bunch of humor in that, but there's also, you took the bad guys seriously, and we just need fun back. Again, we'll say it for the 1,000th time. We're not asking anybody to change their fucking politics. We're just asking them to leave them at the door once in a while so we can enjoy a little escapism. It's not, well, it is too much to ask, apparently. It's
Well,
too
if Hollywood wants to escape from profits, I guess that's their fucking business. But I tell you what, you're not going to have any goddamn profits if you don't start entertaining us. Otherwise, you know what? We got plenty of other alternatives. We don't need Hollywood. And this Koof has illustrated that with great clarity. We can not go to the theater, and in fact, it's easier than ever now not to go to the theater. It's kind of gotten to be a habit. I've grown accustomed to that particular face. And, if you want to lure us back, you better start giving us something really, really good. Otherwise, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah. Hail Doomcock and Gary. I hope it's been a great Sunday for both of you. Says Kenneth Haynes for $5. Thank you, Kenneth. And yes, it has. I get to hang out with Doomcock.
It's fun, man. I look forward to it all week.
And hey, you knew this was coming, Doomcock. The old man for $5 says, fellas, please, let's get back to streaming the Exozone. Well,
indeed, I'm open to it.
We got some big news this week regarding the triangle UFO and the footage from the Pentagon. And you saw it. I know you saw it. And it's astounding that they were reporting on it. I was at the gym, right? So out of my right eye was MSNBC, and out of my left eye was Fox News. So I don't watch either of them ever. And Fox News was at least covering the UFO, but they're like, I saw the 5 talking heads. I didn't hear anything because I was at the gym. I just saw them laughing, and I'm like, they're still laughing at this shit. Like, report on it seriously. The Pentagon is fucking releasing shit. And listen, we'll get into it in the Exozone. It's like, why are they releasing this? What are they distracting everyone? It doesn't matter at this point. They're releasing the shit. But Tyler came back and did a video on it on Secure Team. I shot you the video.
Yes. I tell you, actually the fact that they are making this happen while we are distracted is the point. Because now how people are not being overwhelmed or stressed by the disclosure that extraterrestrial or ultra-terrestrial craft are in our skies, because we're so worried about the Koof and so divided about politics, etc., and so on. That's perfect. That's the perfect time to go ahead and slip in this information. And it's like, yeah, we know. And by the time it really sinks in, it'll be way old news. The Tic Tacs are already old news, the way things move. And that's it, man. That is not a bug. That's a feature.
Yeah, exactly. A Bellow Triggerfish for $10 says, this super chat is brought to you by an angry triggerfish. Just look at how angry I am. Hail to you. Thank you for the $10, Bellow. I appreciate it. Stay angry. Wait for it. Super sticker from Kit Kat for £1.99. Thank you very much. Primer for $10 says, knock, knock, said an unknown voice. Who's there? Said IDW. Harbinger of Doom. The voice replied, Harbinger of Doom who? IDW responded. The door bursted open, and it was Heather Antos. Even says sad trumpet, and you know what? I've got sad trumpet like on my sound thing. I wanted to show you this article. We're not going to read it. I just wanted to show it to you. This is the best example of why you need to watch YouTube channels and listen to the fans. And this is how the access media, this is how Hollywood, this is how Disney, none of them can compete with us anymore. Because they're so fucking far behind. I'm going to share this article with you. This came out 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
Oh, all right.
The next Marvel. Indie publishers race to mine comics for film and TV. New competitors include artists, writers, and artisans. Aftershock and Valiant Comics focus on leaner publishing output and an eye toward adaptations. YouTubers have been saying this for 5 years. I have been saying it for 5 years. Every single one of us in the chat has been saying comic books are written for scripts now. They're made for Hollywood to be picked up on. When Boondocks was signed, I was on Artist Alley when that got optioned. I saw it happen. I watched it happen. So and that was damn near 15 years ago. 15 years ago. So this is news to Heat Vision and Hollywood Reporter. Like, oh, they're making comic books to be adapted by Netflix. And yeah, they are. And that's part of the reason they suck. And this has been going on for a decade. But thanks for the news, Hollywood Reporter. Thank you very much. We're really glad you caught up on this. Maybe if you watched some diversity in comics videos from fucking 4 years ago, you would have heard the same thing.
That Heat Vision isn't really very hot at all, is it? It's kind of just a kind of I don't know, the temperature of a LED flashlight. It's not what it used to be.
They got the boys. Listen, I know like how long they've been trying to adapt The Boys for over a decade. It was supposed to be a movie and then a TV show and then a movie again. And then then Amazon picked it up, but it was in a lot of people's hands for a long time, including, I believe it was the director of Ant-Man was supposed to do something with it. And yeah, I was talking to Derek the whole time. It's like it got optioned, then it got forgotten about. Of course, they don't mention Derek in the article. They mentioned Garth Ennis as famous fast and cheap medium, at least in comparison to television, especially movies. The appeal of using comics as proof of concept is hard to ignore, but simply printing a comic doesn't lead to getting optioned. Of course not. But Berserker did. I don't know if you've read that, by the way.
No.
Excellent. It's excellent. It's so good. So and I don't have a problem buying it because it's from Boom Studios.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, not really any new news here.
No, they're kind of behind the curve. They should be watching us instead of doing whatever it is they do.
No, they're always so when you and again, somebody decided to print this like it was something new. I've actually seen articles 4 years ago from the same thing. Maybe it's it's slow in entertainment right now. It's fucking dead. There's no movies to talk about. Thankfully we've got, Falcon and Winter Soldier. It sucks, unfortunately. I would much rather have been good. We don't have anything after that for a month. Then Loki, which could be good, but he's going to be chasing after the girl Loki, who will be the key to everything.
Like Soji.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Christ. Or whoever it was. Her other twin. I forget.
You know who has been put into the back seat is Kurtzman.
Yeah. But it's too late.
Oh,
too late. Way too late. Because that Wells poison. Yeah, I don't give a shit what Akiva Goldsman does. We're still gonna have emo Spork. Dyslexic emo Spork singing on the turbo lift, and he's the man that Mikey Spock made him. Well, no thanks.
Max for $5. Have you guys heard of The Chosen, a new streaming show based on Jesus? Yes, it's by Mark Millar. It's very good, well done, crowdfunded and free. Oh no, that's The Chosen. It was crowdfunded,
huh?
And it's on free TV, The Chosen TV. Did somebody do another Chosen about Jesus that wasn't by Mark Millar? Hang on a second. I'm totally confused by this.
Yeah, I don't know. I know nothing of this. I haven't heard anything about it.
A charismatic fisherman drowning in debt, a double wrestling real demons, and a gifted public ostracized by his family and religion. Start season 1. How? Really? Oh, and that's so weird. This isn't the Mark Millar one? How were they able to do that?
No idea. I didn't even know Mark Millar had done that.
Yeah, he did a comic called Chosen.
Huh.
Hang on, I'll show
Maybe
you.
it's based on Millar's book, but they're not giving him
I
primary.
thought that IDW, or not IDW, I thought Netflix picked it up.
Huh.
Maybe it's the same one. I don't think so though. But yeah, here's. Oh, yeah, here it is. Mark Millar and Peter Gross. Chosen.
Huh.
Yeah, Frank. Hang on. I gotta make sure I don't show off anything. But this is completely different. I am so confused. Maybe if they put the in front, it's different. But yeah.
Huh.
I thought Mark Millar signed an exclusive deal with Netflix to adapt the Millarverse. So we're getting Jupiter's here. I can't show the I don't think I can show the trailer.
Yeah, maybe not.
Did you ever read Jupiter's Legacy?
No, I'm totally in the dark on this one, so I'll be totally fresh on it.
It's pretty good. Little bad dad trope going on, but it's pretty good. I like a lot of Millar's stuff, but it's very, very nihilist. But the one thing Millar does that's a little different is he still does he still has like the hero win and sometimes get the girl once in a while. Some old traditional stuff like that. It doesn't always need to be like that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, Kick-Ass is good.
I love Kick-Ass. I never
read Kick-Ass 2, but Kick-Ass is very good.
It's not as good as the first.
Yeah. Usually isn't.
Hit Girl wasn't very good either. He's hit and miss. He's done some. He wrote Civil War,
which was damned impressive. Destroyed Marvel to some extent. But when you do something that big and take that kind of chance, then you have to be ready for that.
Yeah. For Kit Kat, thank you for the 3 super stickers for £3, £1.99, and £1.99. One's a suitcase. One says, God, I wish I could. I'm sorry, they're so small here. I don't know if I can, I lost it now. Kit Kat, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. And what's this thing? Why does it say emergency? I thought it was Eric K's birthday. Oh, okay, I saw that one. I can't read what it says. I'm sorry, Kit Kat. I apologize. But 21st Century Holden Caulfield for $2 asked, will it be sad to leave California behind? Yeah. Oh yeah, it will. I'm not looking forward to that. I don't have to deal with it for like 6 months. We're putting our house on the market very, very soon. Finally. And, but that's going to hit home. It kind of hit a little bit when I was like looking for houses, like, and today I was walking around my neighborhood. And it was a beautiful day, and there's the rolling hills of Escondido and that cloud in the sky. And yeah, I'm going to miss it. But fuck it. It's a lot easier when I think about like how it's run and how much taxes, like things were so much cheaper in Texas. I mean, just everything.
Oh yeah.
Hail, no, I'm not that George. This is George Molo for $4.99. No, I'm not that George, but a different one. Amazon canceled the Lord of the Rings on Prime RPG this week. Yes, they did. I wish they'd do the same for the TV series. Sadly, well, we're going to talk about that in just a second. Powerhouse 420 likes to burn a little indica there. Thank you for the phallic unicorn or the doomicorn, however way you want to look at it. Chris Topher for $5. Can I refer to you guys a nerd? Can I refer to you guys as nerd cock or cockrotic or doom nerd? You can refer to us however you like in your private home, I guess. No matter what, you guys really make my day, and I'm always looking forward to your next video. Why? Thank you, Chris. That's nice. Yeah, call me whatever you want, just not late for dinner. Von Max for $2. Does it help to watch the full ads on your videos? What's your take on that, Doomcock?
Oh yeah, I mean, at least the first 30 seconds, then that kind of pitches in on keeping the lights on. Yeah, it does. It does.
It certainly does. But I mean, guys, do what you like. Do what you like. You give super chats. I mean, like being here, supporting us, we appreciate it. I'll sometimes I miss it, but I try to remove all mid rolls in my videos. Especially if they're under 10. If one of my videos clocks in at like a half an hour, I might leave it in there, but I still might not. It depends, but do what you like. Do what you like. Sean McD for $10. No one writes like George R.R. It's over for something I loved. You're not wrong, but I would accept something as an end. I would. I'm sorry to say that. Or I'm not sorry to say that. I put so much into it that it's just so fucked up the way the book ended, man. John is bleeding in the snow at Castle Black. He just got betrayed by the fucking Night's Watch, and they murdered him out in the open. And it was for bringing the wildlings in, right? Well, all the wildlings are there. One is there. So they're going to kill the Night's Watch unless the Night Watch is going to try their own Red Wedding. And I think they might, right? Uh-huh. They have all the wildling chieftains in a single room getting drunk right now. So all the wildling leadership is they could basically burn the building down. Preston Jacobs did a video on it, and they could go up the stairs on the wall and just rain arrows down because they're outnumbered with Stannis's men and the wildlings, but Stannis's men might betray John. Some of them didn't like him. Either way, everybody's fucked because like once they murder John and try to kill the wildlings, that's probably when the White Walkers and the others will show up.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we'll probably never know.
We'll never know. And you know who they would need? A Stark. They would need John, and he's a special Stark because he's a Starkarian. Vaughn Max for $3. Hail, any thoughts on HBO's Nevers by Joss Whedon? None whatsoever.
None.
I will never have a thought for that show.
Not interested. Also not interested in the Irregulars, where you've got a woke team of people of color and women solving all of Sherlock Holmes's cases for them, and that he takes the credit. Yeah, bullshit. Not interested in the slightest.
What did you just say?
There's a show called The Irregulars, which has Sherlock Holmes basically being a front for all of these minorities and women that are doing the actual crime solving for him, and he takes the credit. So all along it was the white man stealing from minorities and people of color. Yes.
Who is producing that?
Shit, I don't know. Kathleen Kennedy's asshole. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I won't even fucking watch a frame of that shit. Especially after Enola Holmes, where all of his brilliance was his sister all along. And Henry Cavill is Sherlock Holmes in that, and you've got his sister solving his crimes for him. This is just more of the vape of Western culture, and it's absolutely disgusting. Yeah. The Irregulars.
Yeah, because I remember I was just thinking. I went to I saw the statue of Sherlock Holmes when I was in London. I'll go there again. They'll probably topple it now.
Yep.
221 B Baker Street.
He was a white male. Gosh,
the male's got to go. Got to go.
Cancel him. Yeah.
It never had to be like this. It's become so hateful, and then if you bring it up, you're not. That's the nefarious thing, is they've tried to craft this argument that you are just going to simply take this stuff, and
sure,
and they've got the backing of everyone, and we're going to continue to call it out. I don't, nobody gets to make the rules for me. Nobody, or don't Doomcock. No, you can try to make all the fucking rules you want, but nobody gets to do that. I will.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just like, I will criticize the fuck out of Falcon and Winter Soldier without, I don't care. I don't care what it does. I don't care if it pisses everybody off. There is a lot. I've only scratched the surface of what's wrong with that show. That's why I'm going to rewatch it again. I got to take got my notebook, my little Nerdrotic notebook that I break out. Mrs. Nerdrotic bought me, that I will. There's a lot of clips I'm going to be, and thankfully, you know what? Hey, thanks Disney for not, striking us for clips. There'll be a lot of clips in this one.
Well, I got to say, what I was going to say is, unfortunately, you woke wankers, you need to not, checkmate yourself logically, rhetorically, because what's the upside for us being silent on the irregulars if we're already racist because we're white? It's like, well, shit, might as well say what we want then, dumbasses. There's no possible redemption under the woke rules of engagement, then I guess we might as well just speak our fucking minds, you dumb shits.
Yep.
Morons. God, these people are idiots.
If we're ostracized already. Oh, and I feel so sad for being ostracized.
Oh, it hurts me. It keeps me up at night that all these people I don't respect me. Oh, geez, how will I ever live? Oh, they don't like me. Well, I don't like them either. So what?
Feeling is mutual. Jar Jar is all about his ego. You are correct, Jason, for $4.99. He doesn't know how to end a movie or TV show if his life depended on it. You're correct, because he is a fraud. I think he's probably a mid-level TV producer. I think if you gave him like those evening soaps on broadcast TV show, he'd probably do a fine job, because that's what soaps are. They never finish. There's open-ended mystery. That's what he's perfect for. Days of Our Lives, if that's still on the air, that's where he belongs. But he babysat Steven Spielberg's kids, so that anointed him as, I don't know, a god in Hollywood. And he, Warner Brothers gave him $500 million
to fuck up other stuff. Yeah.
And you think about that, like all the people who are more talented than him, which is a lot.
Oh, God. Just about. No one on this Lucasfilm story group is more talented than Jar Jar, though.
No.
I can say that categorically.
Yeah.
Not saying much, but give the devil his due, right?
Well, the person who wrote the ingredients on the back of my cup of soup is more talented than everybody on the Lucasfilm story group.
It has more integrity anyway.
More integrity. Quite frankly, I was riveted by the end of those ingredients. When it said no MSG, sure, it lied. The White Walkers are a hyped up nothing burger that failed as bad guys completely failed. What a joke. Even the dragons sucked buttholes. So lazy, says Mark Robert Shaw for $5 Australian dollars. G'day, Mark. Yeah, the dragons were nothing. I was astounded. I saw one guy just go, they left signs all over the place that Daenerys was going to burn down Klingon. I was like, shut, stop. You were just repeating information that was given to you, drone. They did not. There is a path for Danny to go fucking completely evil by the end of the books, but they're going to spend a book doing it, and they're just setting it up now, right? But we'll never see it. So we'll never know. Get Terrence Pop for Exozone, Iraqi Ghost Stories, NK33 for $2. Ooh, that sounds
Iraqi Ghost Stories.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah. Here we go. We got that's multiple. Multiple. Okay, I'll get to that because I got 3. There's multiple super chats that are connected. Who sends cavalry out into the darkness? Do they even know tactics? I was so mad at that crap as a gamer of Total War and strategy games. Ugh, Mart Robertshaw for $5 Australian. Yes. I don't know war strategy, but it just seemed like a really bad idea to send the Dothraki out in the darkness when you had trebuchets, and you decided not to use them, and you had this Melisandre woman who could wield fire whenever she wanted.
Yeah, all she did is turn their swords into flashlights, which really didn't illuminate shit. It was a fucking joke, man. All that stuff, everything. You're gonna get me triggered again. All that stuff about coming across the narrow sea and all the conquests and all the fierce fighting Dothraki and all this shit, and they're gone like that. Like the fucking fleet that she allowed her dragons to be trashed. It's just awful show.
And there's other places especially Winterfell is like the even in ruins is the most fortified castle. Everybody loves that word fortified right now in the north, but there are other places you could have, I don't know, tricked the Night King, and that whole Mark thing was it was just, there's other ways they could have kept running with Bran, but to have the Night King, to have them die just at Winterfell is so fucking dumb. It's just dumb. They were supposed to get all the way down, possibly to King's Landing, and maybe get damn near bringing another endless winter, and they could have even done a time jump, and you didn't need to, I think you put it in your ending, you didn't need to do big spectacle battles. You could have done it castle to castle, homestead to homestead, have a family going to sleep and then zombies attacking. You could have switched it to horror right there.
Yeah,
saved a ton of money, and it would have been scarier. And and when the others come, when the White Walkers come, they bring the cold with them and the mist. You could have hit everything in a fog, which makes it harder for the dragons to fight them at all. There's a million ways you could have done this except shooting it in the fucking dark where no one can see it for 50 days and everybody was bitching about it the whole time.
Oh, it could have just been horrific and fascinating to see these things emerging as the fog and the cold rolls in, and these glowing blue eyes in there and these dark shapes emerging from the billowing mist, and just like all these little villages and towns falling before them as they move on. And at one point, maybe someone could have rode a dragon up high and seen this just string of decimation and flames and death just stretching all the way to the wall. I mean, it would have been, you could have done all sorts of great shit like that instead of just Arya stabs him.
Yeah. There's this thing called wargs, and Arya was supposed to be a warg. She is a warg in the books, and so is Jon, right? So you have them using their warging ability, which would have been, or I don't know, Bran, maybe, the most powerful one, where he could have a murder of ravens attack one, and then jump into a fucking polar bear, and then into a dire wolf, and that wouldn't have been cool at all. That would have been totally lame.
Leaping from animal to animal, creature to creature, as they're trying to snuff him, and it's just impossible. And it would have been super cool. There's so many things that would have been great, but we didn't get any of them. It's the most limited, least imaginative bullshit that you could have possibly done.
No, they set everything up perfect. It was the perfect mixture. After season 1, what they had set up is, wow, this show's really different. They basically took our hero and our big villain that were going to clash, and they killed him. But we are setting up zombies versus dragons. And in between all of that, there was this brilliant political intrigue, and you're seeing how the thing that made the political intrigue that gave it that little extra spice was knowing how futile it was, because while these people are fighting for this throne, there is this giant threat coming to kill them all. And
Yeah.
And that threat could have been Daenerys, or it could have been the others. We at the books, we don't know. Right now it's setting up that Daenerys, which tells me that I absolutely believe that she'll turn evil. They are setting her up as the savior, and they have been setting her up forever as the savior, and a little bit Jon too, but not as much as Daenerys. Right? Daenerys is like got 3 dragons, and Jon is kind of farting around at the wall, and he's putting a lot of pieces in place, and maybe he's not useful, and maybe they keep him dead. But again, we'll never know because the books won't finish. Doomcock created a video with a proper ending for the 8th season of Game of Thrones, and that is my headcanon now. It says Kit Kat for £5. There you go. So
absolutely, it's my headcanon, and ever since they did that, I posted, on Twitter and on my channel, hey, this is the ending. And at the time, my channel was fairly small in comparison, so I've added like 10,000 more views on that video, which makes me very happy, because it was a piece of work that I, put a lot into, and I feel like I think it's a much more interesting and imaginative ending that incorporates a lot more of the stuff. Now, granted, it was trying to slot into what they had already done with the season. I wasn't trying to rewrite it from, fucking the start, but trying to say, okay, well, this is what they could have done with the ending they had on that final episode. And I think it's a lot better. It's the way I see it. I can see it in my head. It's a beautiful image of Jon Snow, imbued with the Lord of Light's fire, having it burning off of him, and he's just striding through the army of the dead. And you've got the Night King stationed a couple of miles away or whatever from the battle, the main battle, directing it, and he sees this like plume of smoke like slowly approaching as Jon Snow just is striding towards him, and every every one of the dead or zombies that tries to touch him just vaporizes, just turns into smoke from this fire. And we goddamn well get a showdown between the Night King and Jon Snow. Let the Lord of Light actually do something instead of just this, giving them flashlights.
Yeah, right. No, it's better with working within those parameters for sure. Mr. Zadok for $49.99. Thank you. Nothing is sadder to me than the destruction of the MCU. I spent my teenage years in the 90s incessantly talking about how when science fiction got good enough one day, the world would love the stuff as much as I do. Rest in peace. Much love to you both. Keep it up, our Mr. Zadok. I was thinking about that the other day, Doomcock. We're going to return to a time when we were kids, when we were going, God, imagine if they did a Silver Surfer movie. And it was just like something we never thought would happen. Well, we're going back to that now.
Yeah.
We're not.
Yeah, it's like now we just added one word to that, Gary. It's imagine if they made a good Silver Surfer movie.
Yep.
Just good. That's the addition.
and like the MCU costs us. It sucks. You're right. There is nothing sadder than the MCU. The MCU falling was an amazing franchise that was filled with great stuff. And now it's like superheroes running around without their costumes on, and we're on his sister's boat for fucking half it. Yeah, because I need more fucking boat in fucking Falcon and Winter Soldier, flirting on boats and feeling on boats and apologies on boats. Oh my God. And
talk a little bit about that. I mean, most of the like 20 minutes of the episode was out on this fucking boat with Bucky having to flirt with his sister because she's so hot.
Okay, so what happens in the episode is they start out with the fight with John Walker, and John Walker has taken the super soldier serum, and he holds his own, but he gets the they take his shield away, and then he gets court-martialed and disgraced. And he was like saying, "Hey, I did what you told me to do." And again, they're making him out to be this horrible guy. He killed a terrorist. He killed a fucking terrorist who killed it. They killed his partner. And this little, like, but they're making him out to be this evil guy. And I'm like, he probably shouldn't have killed somebody in public. It's a PR disaster.
Right.
But it was the government who made this Captain America. It's not John Walker's fault. He was a soldier doing what he was told. And I think they've got the messaging really fucked up on this. It depends on how they end it. I got to hold off on that because they could somehow wrap this up into a nice little bow, and I could be wrong. So I got to wait until that's why I had a video ready to go, and I'm like, I'm going to wait till the last episode. I'm going to give him that. But it's there's a bunch of this just race baiting stuff in it. That's all it is. So they fight, and then they take the shield, and then it's just slowly prodding. Bucky meets with Zemo. Zemo says, "Hey, I tried to tell Sam, but he wouldn't listen, but you will. You know what needs to be done. You need to kill Carly. She is beyond redemption." And he has a little talk, and Zemo's the most interesting character, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But they did nothing with him, and he just set him up. They just set him up. And so he gets busted and taken to the raft. And then after, so he'll probably get busted out later for the Thunderbolts, right? You could tell they're setting up the Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
And after that, it gets even more boring. So we get a scene with John Walker goes to the family of Battlestar, and you could tell he feels even worse. After he gets court-martialed, he meets Madame Hydra, who's played by Julie Louis-Dreyfus. Madame Hydra.
Madame Hydra is played by Elaine. Oh my God, does she dance?
No, oh God, no.
Oh my God. Okay, so this is really pretty more lame stuff.
No, and so Wakanda doesn't take fucking the Dora Milaje. I always get their name wrong. Get Dora Milaje. They take, instead of taking Zemo back to Wakanda, they take him to the raft where he's going to get broken out. They tell Bucky to be, don't come to Wakanda. And he's all, that's fair. So then
the shit with Wakanda, by the way, we didn't really talk about that last week because there was so much fucked up in episode 4, but the detachable arm, the fact that these chicks are handling everybody with aplomb. Come on, girl power and all that, yeah, but these guys are not amateurs. This is just kind of embarrassing and sad, isn't it?
It is. They're all part of the retcon. Okay, so they come from Black Panther from the late 90s, and that's when Black Panther was actually a good comic. Okay, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, it was good stuff. Like very, very good. Probably its best run. Outside of when Kirby did it, it was just a comic book, and he was just a superhero in a costume. They've retconned the hell out of Wakanda. Right. Wakanda is now this superpower, which it's basically Asgard in Africa. So these are godlike beings. And again, they've retconned it to where they built their city on top of a giant, basically a meteor of vibranium, unless they've retconned it since then, because I haven't read a Marvel comic in well over 2 years now. I gave up on them. So they're using they're rushing everything to the Disney Marvel era, to the all new and all different. So they're skipping a bunch of really, really good canon that they could adapt forever. But with what Doomcock said, what we've said earlier is recasting these roles. And they're going to recast. They have to recast Black Panther. You have to. I mean, may Chadwick Boseman, who did a great job in the part, much better in Civil War than in his own movie, where I think he got a little cucked. They need to recast it. Because they have, I mean, he's a legitimate original character that people like, that he's a legit Avenger, and he, you know, was introduced in a Fantastic Four comic back in the 60s. So he's a real character. He's not like turning, you know, Superman black. This is his own character with his own agency. So they need this character to be around. Plus, he's important for the MCU. He's an actual, and I'd love to see him treat Blade with respect too, which they won't. Which is a character that nobody really thought about until Wesley Snipes made some damn good movies with him. And they could go places, and they could again adapt storyline after storyline. And maybe I'll get into some of that someday. Like, oh, what Disney is skipping, and you won't believe it. And again, it's decades worth of stuff get garbage, absolute garbage, like worthless storytelling stuff edited by the likes of Heather Antos, and, you know, well, she mainly did Star Wars, but horrible storytellers.
Well, yeah, I mean, they'd have to read the comics. There are no comic book fans there. They're not going to read the comic, but really, you know, I mean, they are essentially the jocks and dullards and normies that you know, plagued our childhoods, are now, they've assumed control of all this stuff, and that's why we're getting shit like superheroes having their powers slammed and having them run around without their costumes, because the people writing this shit have no love of the source material. In fact, they have nothing but contempt for the source material, and they have to normie it as much as humanly possible to make it palatable to them. So really, they're having revenge on us. You know, if it was Revenge of the Nerds, you know, in the 2000s, now it's like Revenge of the Jocks or some shit in nerd clothing. Nerds in name only, Ninos.
So what did you have in Daredevil season 3? You took, quite frankly, one of the greatest villains in the Marvel Marvel, Bullseye, and you made him kind of insecure, and you put him in the Daredevil costume, and he was the bad guy. And what did you do in Falcon and Winter Soldier? You took Captain America. You could have adapted the John Walker story, which they might turn into U.S. Agent. I'm not saying he's irredeemable, but and you put him in the Captain America costume, on top of saying that superheroes are the Ubermen, basically. You see where they're going with this? Like, I know a lot of people like Daredevil season 3. Go back and watch it again. You know, it's got a great performance by Vincent D'Onofrio. Charlie Cox is great, but it's not that great. It's really just, I mean, for God's sakes, there's so much filler in that compared to seasons 1 and 2, which are brilliant. It's a big letdown, but not as much as the Falcon and Winter Soldier and what they've done to the character of Captain America. It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah. At this point, he's Cuckton L'America. That's what he is. Cuckton L'America.
And it's just a dreary place. And where do you go for redemption? And, you know, like, okay, what happens after this? What can they do in an hour of TV that can fix what they've done? That made the Marvel Cinematic Universe this ugly place that doesn't have Tony Stark, doesn't have Chris Evans as Captain America. What do you, and we've got this, again, this ugly place where everybody came back, and they're shipping them back to their countries, and they're deporting people against their will from other countries. It's like, wow. Just so we can have another immigration allegory, because, man, we haven't had enough of those over the last couple of 3 years. I mean, really, I was kind of missing the immigration allegory. How
about we just have some fun?
Can I have fun? Yeah. No more comfort, no more white comfort.
No, and you're telling stories about immigration as fans emigrate from your franchise.
Yeah. Oh. Whoa.
It's true, though. I mean, there is a mass exodus from this promised land. We're just, if we're not offended by what you're doing, we're bored by what you're doing, and that's no way to function.
Sparks 1524, Lord Doomcock of the Great Nerdrotic. Shameless plug here for my second novel, The Norfolk Murders, which available on Amazon Tuesday. It's second in my accidental detective series, and I pledge to never pull a George R. R. Martin and always finish my books. Well, good.
Well done.
Well done. Thank you. It's called The Norfolk Murders, and it's part of the Accidental Detective series, available on Amazon Tuesday.
Bravo.
Bravo. A lot of writers out there. That's good.
Oh,
yeah. I'm getting back to where Dixon Cider for $5 says, thanks for standing up to the wokeness and the destruction of our IPs. Never give up, never surrender. Nope, never will. Over my dead body. There are times where it gets a little tiresome, right? Especially after watching fucking Falcon and Winter Soldier. I was like, oh, damn. So I went back and it's Superman's birthday today, and I started watching another YouTuber suggested this, watching Superman 2, the Donner cut. And I'm going to watch the rest of it after this show on my
I own that Superman cut, Donner cut. Yeah. Superman 2.
It's excellent, dude.
Yeah. It's a fun movie, man. All that fun. I mean, geez, why can't 2022 be 1983? Geez, that summer, the great movies. Holy shit.
Oh, I know, man. We'll never have anything like that again. We just
took it for granted. It's like, well, Hollywood's making great stuff. This is fun. Yep.
Beyond the agenda, what is the Falcon and Winter Soldier actually about? I have no idea what Carly and the gang are trying to accomplish, says Dread Pirate Mikey for $5. Remember, they're trying to bring back the world was better off without the blip, without half the population. Now, I don't know exactly how they plan to get rid of the rest of the people. You're right. What's their fucking point?
You got me. I don't know. Seems like they're just killing time, treading water. I don't know.
So I don't know what their end game is, right? Somehow the beneficiary, they're fighting against her. She's blown up some people. She killed Battlestar, but I don't know how she's going to accomplish getting rid of half the population. I don't know. But she's a good person and her motivations are okay. That's what Sam said. So it's okay that she killed some people. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Why not? We understand her motivations. It's just like all of the rioters that were using BLM as an excuse to loot and burn down store after store and just create as much vandalism as trouble as possible. Oh, well, but they're upset because of a good cause. So anything they do is excusable. Just nuts.
Yep. Did you see the latest Captain America? Oh, the one leg wonder.
No.
Oh my God. You didn't see this? Hang on.
No. One leg wonder.
Oh yeah. You're going to like this. There you go. There's your newest Captain America right there.
Oh my God. That looks like Carly there.
It does.
Which again cycles back to my thought. Oh my God. You don't think that they're actually going to set Carly up to be Captain America or Captain Freedom? Because look at this. Look at this. It looks just like her. Just fucking like her. Her hair is extremely like that. Same color.
Well, they're doing this thing in the books, which I'm not going to read. Is they're going? Captain America is searching for a shield with all the other Captain Americas, which is Sam Wilson and Bucky, and they're meeting other Captain Americas who are the Captain Americas of their community. So we had the LGBTQ Captain America, and then we have this one who is SJW Captain America, and her name is. This is a story from Mohale Mashigo and Natasha Bustos, which will introduce a new Captain America of Harrisburg named Nichelle Wright. Mashigo described Wright to CBR.com as a light in a dark time. Take ownership of her community and space in America.
And speak her truth?
And speak her truth, yes. Yeah, that's got to be her battle cry. Here comes my truth. It's my truth time. Bustos added Wright was one of the characters she was most proud to help create, saying that she was proud that what she represents and means to her community. She created a character. You don't create. Is this what creating a character is now? I'm going to use the Captain America name, and I'm going to name it Bill Smith. And I'm gonna give him Jeremy jeans, which are like cut jeans, and yeah, she's got red boots on and a hood, and she's got the SJW face and the SJW hair, and she fights for her community, but she doesn't have any powers. So what if somebody like shoots her in the back of the head with a 9, right?
We'll just be sure and not write it like that. How's that? That's what they'll do. They just won't write it like that. This is sad. What was that?
I said, this is your Marvel Comics. Whatever happened to the House of Ideas?
The House of Ideas went out with Stan Lee and Roy Thomas and all of those luminaries out there that wrote such great stuff. Just gone with the wind, man. Gone with the wind.
Gone with the wind. Right, here we go. We're going to go to the donation side real quick. Donation side. It's been a while since I did that. And we've got from George Moilo, $200. The Falcon racism and refugee show should have been a hit. When I read that Russo's reasons for not making Bucky Cap, I was floored. It's like two fucknuts hadn't read the comics. Being Winter Soldier gave him a great redemption arc and hero's arc. Hail. Yes, it did. It was to show that you could overcome that and become Captain America. Instead, they used his victimhood against him. Think about what kind of message that sends to the people who make these fucked up rules. So you're basically saying because of Bucky's mental health, he can't be Captain America. Oh, wow. You spin it like that. Doesn't sound so good, does it? Thank you, George.
Nicely done, sir.
Well done. Buana Jim for $5. Give me apolitical content, entertainment, and I, for one, will pay extra for it if necessary. There has to be a market for that. That can be tapped into? Well, so far, Superman and Lois is it. And yeah, there's stuff like Primal, but Primal's like it's a cartoon and it's meant to be entertaining for 20, 25, 30 minutes. And that's it, and I can't think of much else. I really can't. And you're going to dip into some old stuff. One that I always recommend that was meant to be more than one season, but it's not. It's just one season. It's called Taboo, created by the creators of Peaky Blinders, and it stars Tom Hardy, and you can go watch it on, I think, Hulu or FX or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's out there.
Great stuff. Yeah.
World 777 for $3. Hi, do you think maybe, just maybe, in Picard season 2 will undo season 1? I think it's a possibility.
Why? Well, I mean, Q is going to make him a real live boy again. but who gives a shit? Honestly, that shit is fucking done. I don't give 2 squirts of piss about Picard, about Kurtzman Trek, any of that shit moving forward. It's just fucking dead to me. Q would have to snap his fingers and obliterate everything. Discovery, everything Kurtzman and fucking Goldsman did. Everything. Otherwise, I am just fucking not interested.
Finbar Hooley for $5. The state of pop culture has made me drift from your content lately, but I'm still wanted to send some support. Though I disagree with some of DC's opinions on Star Wars and the Snyder Cut, I will support him. But at this point, I'm watching all of EFAP. Okay, Finbar, that's cool. Thanks for letting us know. I appreciate it. As far as EFAP's on a different day. Yeah, and I watch EFAP too, by the way. I love EFAP and I love Mahler. The state of pop culture, I can't speak for it. But I know it's getting dire. Getting pretty fucking dire. So there's a lot. I think the best thing to do is, and I'll probably just start diving into older stuff if I need to.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I mean, I haven't reviewed it yet, but I'm watching a lot of old stuff. It's a lot more fun. It's just a whole different world, and you just got people that are primarily concerned with doing entertainment. Stuff like Columbo, for example. Just a good fucking time. No woke shit at all.
And I'm gonna go back and do reviews of stuff that I had in the past, but I got Falcon and Winter Soldier next, and I'll be reviewing Loki. I'll be reviewing the Suicide Squad when it comes out. Army of the Dead. I'll be reviewing Army of the Dead, which is the next Zack Snyder film that's going to be on Netflix. I don't know when it's coming out though.
I don't know.
Somebody out here that's on the super chat side is what I just look at. I just saw. Oh, any word on Netflix's Redwall? Asks Spencer Browning for 2 Canadian pesos. I don't know anything about it other than it was picked up for a movie and or TV show back in February, and that's all. And I've never read the books. I just know it's a book about a mouse. So,
yep, I don't know anything else either.
Doom. I read that one. Drop a wake down. Somebody asked. Oh, I don't know where it is now, but yeah, Army of the Dead, I will review. And I'm not that crazy about zombies. I like some zombie stuff, but it's not like my favorite thing. Wake Down. LL Cool J started the one-leg trend in the 90s. Yes, he did. Wake Down for $2. Yes, he did. Just look at Witcher, says Acyor for $5. Yeah, the books are fantastic. Utterly fantastic. I got to thank the Coop for that. That made me dig deep, and man, I love the books. So good. Midnight Mike for $10. If you're going to go into history of the MCU for what they skipped, you should do it with Eric July. I think of no better pair to tackle the true history of the Marvel and what it represents. Yeah, Midnight Mike for $10. I will have Eric on Friday, and Eric's fucking awesome. I love Eric July, good guy. But Doomcock knows his shit with his comics. He goes back. He knows his Marvel in the prime era too. We're talking about like the Bronze era should be adapted completely, and they skipped it for the most part. They skipped it. I mean, you brought Thanos in, but like the Infinity Gauntlet that's all fucking 80s shit. That was good, but you skipped all the Thanos stuff before that. The Starlin Captain, the male Captain Marvel.
Right.
You skipped all that. You made a net Benning.
Oh, that was awful. The whole implementation, that was so awful. Holy shit.
So much.
Terrible. Terrible. Oh my God. And the scrolls were just like pathetic.
Oh, dude.
Oh, to ruin the scrolls. I mean, my God. The Kree and the Skrulls, going back to Gene Colan's, Captain Marvel, way back in the, when, they were doing those full, #1 covers with, the full hero body, and the fist raised like Submariner. They did that episode, that issue, Submariner #1, Bashima, Captain Marvel #1 by Gene Colan. All that stuff back when he was a Kree warrior with the gold, the green helmet and everything, and the little Saturn symbol on his chest. I mean, all that stuff was fantastic shit in the Silver Age. And, they've skipped so much great stuff for Annette Bening and a bunch of Craven Scrolls that are like, I don't know, whipped exiles living on her spaceship. All that, I mean, terrible.
It's so much good Hulk. So much good Hulk.
God.
Oh, there's so much good. Like, it's on my fucking spinner rack right here. It's fine. I'll just reread it. I'll be fine with that. But
well, we got a ton of stuff to reread, ton of stuff to collect. Great stories. We don't need Hollywood. We don't need their stinking badges. We've got our own stories, and they can't touch that.
We don't. But yeah, I maybe I can, we could pull out like what Marvel's missing. We could do that once a week, dude. That could be He's like, we just tell like a favorite comic from the 70s or 80s. It would be easy. Can you ask your insiders what KK's management style is? Says Mark the finale, the infinitely tired. For $2. It's probably incompetent, right? That would be my guess.
She has a whole bunch of woke women falling over each other to try and stand out as more woke and appease her. So there's a culture of, I guess, undermining your fellow workers and trying to, be more and more outrageous to try to get her attention. And also a reign of terror, just holding out terror over everyone. That's kind of, from what I gather. I mean, I obviously have never met the woman or worked for her, but that seems to be what the situation is. And that's why everybody is so damn eager to advance her agenda. Because if you don't, you're toast. I mean, there was that story about the Mandalorian party that I was told by a source saying, Kathleen Kennedy went to this big party as a kind of a thank you for all of the Mandalorian production staff and crew and actors, and Gina Carano was there, and that's where Kathleen Kennedy first met Gina Carano. And then after that, she came back to the office, and her faithful were there around her, and she said of Gina Carano, yeah, that one's going to be a problem, which is code for she's got to go. And everybody was poised to see that happened, according to this source. So that's the kind of, will no one rid me of this troublesome priest? That's basically her management style, from what I can gather.
Sounds very corporate America. Does sounds terrible. She's incompetent. She's fucking incompetent. Just like, look at her, all the directors she's fired. She's made the directors look bad. And then Solo. And those directors go out and win an Academy Award the next fucking year with the Spider-Man movie. So yeah.
Well, that is definitely incompetence. When you can't even get a script nailed down before production. I mean, that's the best way to keep a production on track and on budget, is to just make fucking sure that you've got a script that isn't bullshit and really is thought out, so you can lay it out, schedule everything, and make it happen. Second thing, hire directors and support them, and don't always be shuffling these directors out of projects when they don't do what you want them to do. I mean, oh my God, the budget overruns under her administration have been horrendous. The reshoots, all because of reshoots, all because, we've got to fix things that should have been fixed before we even started. I mean, fucking hell, that's just producing 101. Get your damn script in order. I mean, it's a lot easier to revise something on a page than it is to reshoot everything. Good God.
Sorry. Okay. If you're, I read that one. Oh, can't shake the feeling that Falcon and the Winter Soldier is setting up Hydra Cap and Secret Empire. Disney Marvel is that dumb. Gorgira Star 5477 for $5. I think that's exactly what they're setting up with the rumors that Chris Evans might be coming back. I think Chris Evans would most definitely come back to shoot Secret Empire Hydra Cap. And I do believe that Black Widow could set that up. It could.
That would be a huge mistake.
Oh, massive mistake. But they would do it.
Yeah.
They would do it. I mean, they're heading that direction. Wow.
Awful. Let's just go ahead and take another icon and run them into the ground because they're a white male. That it works so well for you the first time around. If you do that, fuck you. You deserve what you get.
They're bringing back Robert Downey Jr. so he can be an AI for Riri Williams because they know nobody will watch it after that. It's we'll see how things turn out. Every sign shows that this stuff degrades. Like people stop watching. It starts losing money. People start losing interest. They're pushing it and pushing it and pushing it because of the streaming wars. But the dam's got to break at some point. It does, or not. But they Falcon and Winter Soldier. I mean, it trends on Twitter. It does. Got about 50,000 tweets. That's respectable. That's really respectable. It's not like fucking Game of Thrones at its peak. It's not like the Luke return. It's not even the WandaVision fucking cameo. That was some shit. That was I think WandaVision was really building up to something. And I think it was like being watched by a lot of people. But not as much as the Luke return. I mean, that's the most watched thing, period. That was the moment of 2020. And it just doesn't feel like that many people are enjoying this. They're watching it. There's people liking it, but are you having a good time? Are you going to go back and rewatch this? Because that's the most important part of a streaming service. Not that you're locked in once, that you go back and watch it again. Like, fuck, Cobra Kai. I go back and rewatch Cobra Kai, all 3 seasons.
Yeah, it's worth it. It really is. It is something that is richly rewarding of rewatching. Yeah.
Yep. Staying up all night just to watch my favorite dynamic duo, Gary and Doomcock. Orville Nation, what's up, man?
Hell.
For the $10. Yeah, this is the late night show. It's the late night. Well, how late is it for you? Well, you're in New York, right? So it's like 1:30 there, right? 1:30. Sorry, it's so late. Sparks 1524. Hail Lord Doomcock and Great Nerdrotic. Okay. Hail Lord Doomcock and the Great Nerdrotic are epic and most excellent, enthusiastic educators of all things entitled entertainment by the extremely elitist echelons eternally trying to eradicate even pop culture. Why, thank you, Sparks 1524. I appreciate that. $20. Hail Mansplainer for $21.50. Nerdrotic and Doomcock. The Pentagon confirmed those pyramid-shaped spaceships for the sake of the human race. We need the exozone. Yes. They did confirm it. They said they do not know what they are. I don't think they came out and said they're from another planet, but they said they don't know what they are. And they confirmed that what you were seeing was shot from a ship, from a Navy ship.
Right. Looks like through a night vision. So yeah. Yeah, you can see all sorts of amazing shit apparently with night vision goggles of a certain kind. If you just take them and go outside and look, man, it reveals a lot of stuff that we don't see with the naked eye.
You got to get the expensive ones. I was looking into it, and I'm like, there was the cheaper ones, and then there was the expensive ones, and I'm like, I can't justify that. I mean, like for me going out like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times a year. Yeah.
What do
Maybe
they run?
thousands. Like,
No, really.
yeah, if you want to get like a good set, it's not cheap.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know. They pass some out for, you can go on tours, right? And they pass them out there. But hundreds and hundreds and thousands, very expensive.
Wow.
Nicholas Horton for 10 pounds. Hail Gary and Doomcock. Unlike George, who won't finish the book Game of Thrones with the remaining 2 books, at least the author of the Shannara Chronicles, Terry Brooks, actually finished his story as promised. Excellent. But is it as good? I don't know. I've never read it. So again, I'm enjoying the shit out of The Witcher.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Yeah.
New world. I love the I don't know what status the author is with the books. Maybe he's done. I know that Witcher 3 takes place after the books, right? And I love the conjunction of the spheres. I love that whole lore. I think it's really good. So my liege number 2, Gary says Basil, the musical pumpin' seagull. What's up, Basil? How you doing? Basil.
Hail, Bethel.
Crazy cat guy for $1.49. Thank you for the ice cream. I appreciate it. Always reminding me that I ate ice cream and forgot a stream was off. At least it wasn't Dark Side Phil, and I'll take eating ice cream all day long. Here it is, WCW 2793 for $1.99. Thoughts on Army of the Dead. Did you see the trailer, Doomcock?
No, I haven't seen it.
It looks interesting. It's like a heist movie where there is a team that has to go into Las Vegas and get a bunch of money, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the fault. And it's surrounded by really intelligent, fast zombies.
Well, then how are they zombies if they're intelligent and fast? That's 2 of the 3 attributes of zombies negated, that they're slow, dumb, and dead.
Don't know.
And these are just dead.
These are, yeah. And it's in Vegas. So
high roller zombies.
Yeah. And it's got Tig Notaro.
Sorry. Jet Reno burned up all of my Tig Notaro tolerance in my body. And I have an allergic reaction now to the very sight of that woman. So yeah, I think I'll pass on that.
You know what a really skinny 50-plus-year-old woman would be in a zombie apocalypse, unless she was like armed to the teeth all the fucking time. Okay, I'll give you credit there. If you're in a bunker and you got like 50 caliber weapons and flamethrowers, then anybody can survive. She'd be meat. Tig Notaro. Okay, so you know what happened to this there was an actor that got Me Too'd, and they digitally put in Tig Notaro in all of his scenes. It was a Latino guy, I believe.
Oh God.
And they replaced him with Tig Notaro.
Oh shit.
You know, he's gonna go, wow, like some zombies coming. I act like Tig Notaro. I have such range as Tig Notaro.
Oh, she is the very definition of flat. She is so awful and annoying in Star Trek Discovery. Holy shit, I hate that fucking character. Maybe even more than Mikey Spock, and that is saying a lot. I despise that fucking character.
I'm right there with you, because now that we live in the land of low expectations, it is considered comedy now. She is a comedian because she's sarcastic.
Yeah.
Sarcasm is not comedy. It's just being sarcastic. If sarcasm was comedy, then my wife would be the world's greatest stand-up comic. Okay. And she's not. She's really good at sarcasm though. I love Lamp for £5 says, hail Gary, hail Doomcock. Disney is so desperate. They recently put the 2003 Clone Wars cartoon on D+. Oh, they did. Oh, it's on D+.
Oh, okay.
Canceled it.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate.
But that means you'll get a better rip for whatever other means you want to find it on. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Tortuga, big gay nerd for 20 British pounds. Well, hello. Formerly Beltalauda. Oh, formerly hail from London due to lack of any good news. Sci-fi to watch. I just binged BSG 2004 reboot, practically perfect space opera. Next week, going to watch every episode of Doctor Who with Tom Baker and Matt Smith. Oh, I love that.
Great stuff.
Love that. I am like on the precipice. I'm close to rewatching all the Doctor Who, like doing what I used to do is I wake up early in the morning and watch, like as I drink my cup of coffee and brushed off the morning fog, which takes me, I don't know. My wife said I'm kind of like a collie. It takes me a minute to get going. I can't just bounce up and go like she can. I need a half hour, 45 minutes before I can even talk to somebody. So, I usually watch an episode of television or something like that while I'm doing it.
Smart. Yeah. Good idea.
I know you wanted to okay. So I restarted watching Babylon 5, but I'm only like, a couple episodes in. So if you want to do that, Babylon 5 is so far it's pretty good, dude. But it's too early for me to like know what's going on. I don't know anybody's names or anything.
Sure.
But I know that God, it's so nice watching this old TV. It is. It's so fucking refreshing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Glenn, Londo, Jakar, Sinclair at this point. It's just a fun fucking show, and Straczynski knew where he was taking it. Unfortunately, he had to take some detours because of circumstances beyond his control, force majeure things. But this just shows the great value of knowing what the hell you're doing and having things mapped out and having a definite plot in mind. It's just sad he got screwed by fate, but the guy knew what he was doing.
Yeah. Weston 487 for $5 says, "Hail Gary, hail Doomcock" for $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sean the Movie Man 71 for $5 says, "Doomcock, what are your thoughts on Warrior season 3 showrunner stating that they will address Asian violence? Is it a sign of woke? Also, I love you guys. Well, we love you too."
That's a dumb thing to say, because they've been addressing Asian violence since episode 1. I mean, it's set in 18-something Chinatown, in San Francisco, and there's nothing but Asian discrimination and violence. So I mean, saying that is like saying water's wet. I mean, okay, fine. Well, you're already doing that. I don't get it.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single episode of the show, so I don't know. But I imagine there were some Asian people beating the shit out of some other Asian people, maybe. So there's
and white people beating the shit out of innocent Asians, and Tong wars inside Chinatown. It's unfortunate that there is a chunk of fucking wokeness in that show. Okay. There just is. And, that's the part I hate. But then you get really awesome action scenes and some really great characters. So in this case, it kind of balances out. And of course, it's by one of the showrunners and creators of Banshee, which is one of the greatest TV shows of all fucking time. So it's tolerable, and I'm glad that there's going to be a season 3, and I'm going to watch it.
Cool. Maybe I'll check it out. Yeah, but as far as Asian violence, there's a lot of violence committed against Asians, but people really need to do their homework on that one. They really do.
It's dumb. It's I mean, all racism is dumb, but I mean, in particular, blaming Asian people for the coup is just stupid. Come on.
And honestly, I haven't. Any blame I have seen go to the coup has been to a government, not people. I have not witnessed a single one, not once.
Not personally, no, but I don't get out much. But you know,
I talked to thousands of people on streams, never seen it in there.
so
I get out. I get it fairly well. I mean, at my meetings, I doubt anybody would do it at the meetings. That's pretty. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I'm sure some dumbass has said it, and that's fine. But it's organization.
probably just more propaganda. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know.
It is. Doomcock and Gary, y'all want good new movie? Watch Nobody with Bob Odenkirk. I've got that lined up for tomorrow morning. And Christopher Lloyd, awesome effing movie. Dan Brockman, I have heard nothing but good things about Nobody.
Yep. I'm gonna watch it too. Where can I get it? Is it on Amazon? Can you buy it?
It's a Netflix, I think.
Netflix. Is it so you have to pay extra, or is it just on Netflix?
It's on Netflix, I believe.
Well, I'm gonna fucking watch it. Probably tomorrow or Tuesday, I would imagine. I was thinking about doing it today, and I just ran out of time.
Oh, dude. I'm focusing on what? Oh, it's not stream. Oh, it's on Vudu. Is it on Vudu?
Oh, I don't get Voodoo. Shit. You can't buy it anywhere else?
It's in theaters.
That's weird. I kind of looked at the movie listings.
I thought it was streaming on Netflix. I thought it was a Netflix movie. That's my bad.
I don't see it in theaters. Not in my parts, but I don't know. I'll take a look. I'll find it. I want to see it.
Yeah, Regal Edwards Cinema 4DX at 10 p.m.
Well, nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go there. Was it a video on demand? Here, I'm looking at right now.
It's gotta be. Things don't just exclusively get released in theaters these days, do they?
No. Okay, what time will Nobody be on video on demand? How to watch Bob Odenkirk's movie? And this is here we go. Go to this assault government Breaking Bad. He's Nobody. If you see, I don't give a shit about all this. Just give me the answer to the question, fuckers.
Yeah, actually, I do see it's in a lot of theaters here. Yeah,
Friday, April 16th. That's today. It's now streaming. Huzzah! Okay, fucking tell me where to watch Nobody on streaming. God, I hate these fucking articles. I am halfway through. Fuck you, assholes, for fucking doing this every time. I'm not going to click on any of your fucking ads. Amazon Prime Video, Google Play, YouTube. It's on YouTube. Apple TV, Vudu, Fandango now. I will watch it on YouTube since it's my platform. There you go.
Sounds
it's
good.
It's fucking everywhere. Why not? Just,
Excellent.
I am so happy about that. I can watch it on YouTube. Where was I? Read that one. Looking for ones addressed to you. Hail Gary Doomcock. My local comic shop only sells back issues, and he's doing great. Dr. Mask for $4.99. He's smart. He doesn't have to pay that stupid fucking Diamond bill anymore. Well, Marvel cut off Diamond. You know that, right?
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. They picked a hell of a time to go their own way when nobody gives a shit about them.
Yeah. Comic shops started by just selling back issues. That's all they did. They sold secondhand stuff, back issues, vinyl. That's all you need to do now. Go find a low rent place. You probably find a real fucking good deal right now. And open up in Texas or Florida. I wouldn't open up in any other state.
Fair enough.
Tall, bald Ewok for $5. Hail Doomcock. Just stop by to say hi and drop some support. Why, thank you.
Hail, sir. Tall, bald Ewok. Love it.
The problem is that S.H.I.E.L.D. in the MCU is an emblem of their good, recently dead friend Steve. Why would they talk about the emblem of their friend this way? It takes you out of a fiction. Hey, look at this topical, guys. Yeah, Lord Larry Bernard for $20. The shield is still it's vibranium. You can still fucking use it. You would think he would get, you know what? If Sam didn't want to use it, you don't give it to a motherfucking museum. You for one, you give it a practical use. You give it to somebody you trust. So the Falcon, maybe he shouldn't have given it away, or maybe he should have given it to Bucky, or I don't fucking know. Who knows? Because nothing makes sense anymore. Nothing makes sense anymore.
Yeah, you're right. It's just there's a point beyond which we just don't care. We just don't care.
Pete for $20. Hail, Gary Doomcock. What are your guys' opinion on the King Killer Chronicle? Also, the Mrs. says hi. She loves you guys. Well, hello, Pete, and thank you, Mrs. Pete. Thank you for the $20. The King Killer Chronicle. I can't say I've heard of it.
I haven't heard of it either, so I can't answer the question, I guess. But sorry.
It is a book series by Penguin Books, heroic fantasy, and it came out when? 2007. So it came out when I was running a comic store, and I just wasn't reading books.
You were too busy.
Yeah. Thanks, Pete. I'll check it out, though, if it's good. It's damn good. What baffles me is if Feige, the architect, the genius, that helped put together all, has thrown all in with the SJW BS, ruin the comics, and thinks this is what they want. Baffling. What's baffling? No. He achieved his power. He really rode this man of the people thing. And that's and really did the right thing, played the long game, and now he is in charge of a studio. Remember, he was just a producer. He's in charge of a studio now, and he is a yes man. A very powerful one. A very powerful one.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for the future moving forward on that. No. Nope.
Kevin Feige's a smart guy. Well, I don't think it's smart what he's been doing now. The casting of Brie Larson as Captain Marvel was a fucking retarded decision. There's no other way to put it. There's a lot more women out there that would be more amicable. He just found the latest Academy Award winner, and for one, she's too young to play the part. Captain Marvel is supposed to be a fucking woman. And, you know, you had somebody out there like Katie Sackhoff who would have killed the fucking role. Killed it.
And we wouldn't have despised her. So good going there, Kevin. I don't know. Kevin used to be smart. I don't know if, you know, he went out to the farm, got kicked in the head by a mule. I don't know. It's just not good.
The human cut of Godzilla versus Kong is good because it mainly focuses on the kaiju fights and has Doomcock himself in the credits. Are you in the credits?
Yes, the Kelvington has done a no human cut of Godzilla versus Kong, and he since it's center of the earth on that opening prologue, he put me in there with stats. Also put Harvey Cthulhu in there, and I might even have a cameo in the thing.
Yeah, I haven't. You know,
What you haven't? You've seen Godzilla versus Kong?
I've seen parts of it. I watched.
Really, you're just not interested?
No, it just. You know what? Everybody was. It was dumb. It was fucking dumb. And I don't need it to, it doesn't need to be dumb. They made up a bunch of dumb shit, and the humans, the fights and everything were fucking great. But I am more of like, I love King Kong. I love the story, but I'm more of a Godzilla guy. I fucking prefer Godzilla. So, and then the size, how did he get so much bigger from, but it, you know, I understand why people liked it, but the human stuff, how long is the non-human cut?
40 minutes. 40 minutes.
That's about all I needed. I would be interested in seeing that because I'll probably love it. It was fine. It was fine.
It was good. I gotta say, you know, again, Gary, for me, I mean, was the plot stupid? Oh, fuck yes. So many dumb things in that movie. It just makes you shake your head in despair, but I just ignore it. I have a very, very simple set of aesthetic criteria for, is a kaiju movie good? Can I see the kaiju? Are they shot without shaky camera in good lighting? Do we cut every second, or do we linger on some great shots? And this movie delivered on every single count. So I that's all I give a shit about. I don't care about the plot. It's completely pointless. I just want to see big monsters fighting.
Like when they started talking and shit.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great idea.
Fast forwarded. I just didn't.
Yeah.
Doomcock can beat the sun in a staring contest, says Xenobit for $5. There we go. Doomcock in the leg after days of excruciating pain. The Cobra died.
Thank you, Xenobit.
Mark Robertshaw, don't mind the UFOs are marking places of nuclear power for when we come down and liberate the humanity with Doomcock helps. We will all take the earth, says Mark Robertshaw.
Thank you, Mark. Yes. Well, I stand beside that statement, and I think you've sussed it out well, sir. Well.
Carrie Malone for $5. Remember, Gary, when WoW is coming out any day now. Any day now. No, it's not. Still all are listen, my attitude is this is just my attitude though. Winter Winter will come out when Star Wars gets good, so they'll both happen at the same time. Never. Hail Nerdrotic, hail Doomcock. Great stuff tonight. I will definitely be listening to this once again at work tomorrow. Oh, I love that. Till all are one for $5. Looking forward to the Exozone. Hell yeah. The replay will be on Nerdrotic Live tomorrow morning. Jaden Whedon for $4.99. Hey guys, I didn't hate Falcon and Winter Soldier, but some of the racial stuff was objectively forced and was called a Nazi even though I'm black. Jaden, I am sorry you were called that. What somebody put up a tweet, Problem Being put up a tweet today. So it was another YouTuber. This is Doctor Who stuff, but it's just made me think of it, Jaden. And this shit happens all the time and it's not okay. And I'm sorry I had to go through that. And that's how stupid these fuckers are. So this stupid fucking YouTuber was talking about the rabbi, Zvi Levetkin. And he called him a neo-Nazi, the rabbi.
You stupid
rabbi.
Shit. I really think I'm just gonna say it. These people that are flinging around the term Yahtzee everywhere are anti-Semites. I'm just gonna fucking call it right now. When you just say everybody who has an opinion you don't like. Doesn't like the same TV shows you do or the same movies that you do. It's such a fucking small and petty thing to be going ahead and discarding and making light of the horrors and sacrifices of entire race of people who really, they know what a fucking Nazi is. You fucking little nothings. And I tell you, you devalue and disrespect their suffering when you do that, you anti-Semitic pieces of shit. I'm just fucking calling. I wish more people would start calling anybody that just calls somebody casually. That fucking term is a fucking anti-Semite and deserves to get to reap what they have sown. Fucking scumbags. You don't have any fucking idea the horrors and the evil associated really with that word. You fucking nothings.
Oh my God, The Irregulars is on Netflix, dude. So they shit on Sherlock Holmes.
Yes,
twice.
Yes, twice. They have absolutely. They are hell bent on dismantling Sherlock Holmes because he's kind of the ultimate white guy, and they want to take him down. Pillar. Since the 1800s, I guess, of white, civilization, intellect, what have you. It's a real pillar of our culture, and they want to knock it down.
Meet the irregulars. B, Jesse, Billy, Spike, and Leo join the ragtag gang as they uncover the demonic and mysterious depths of Victorian London alongside the sinister Dr. Watson and his enigmatic business partner, Sherlock Holmes.
Business partner. So basically exploiting the labor of, these woke people and stealing their credit. Well, that's essentially their view of Western civilization right there. Bada bing, bada boom.
And this is like the first time hearing of it. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I haven't watched it. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to give them a fucking view. But, it's just so pathetic. I'm just so sick of this shit. Yeah. I'm beyond disgusted, and nobody cares. I mean, I bet nobody's talking about it, Gary. So why bother? I mean, it's a flop. It's been out several weeks, and this is the first you're hearing of it. That means it's a failure. None of our people are talking about it. They're just completely ignoring it.
Yeah. Josiah Fitch for $4.99. What did you guys think of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? Comic or film? Comic or film?
Yeah, probably comic. I mean,
okay.
I didn't even bother to watch the film. I've read the comics though. They're very good.
God, they're good. Really, really good. As a matter of fact, I've got number 1, the Dynamic Forces cover on my spinner rack behind me.
Very nice. I've got the absolute edition of I think the third one, the Black Dossier, which I thought was really amazing.
Yep. God, what happens to the Invisible Man in volume 2 is just wrong.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's not a good way to go. Bello Triggerfish for $5. I will consume without thought. Talking about pizza, of course. I had some pizza last night. I did.
Pizza's awesome.
It's awesome. POCs upon you. POCs, I say, says Nova Zero for $5 Australian dollars. How about you know what I want? POTs, people of talent.
There you go. That's all I want. That's all I want. POTs, POCs. Yeah, if the POCs actually happen to also be POTs, then bring them on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If a trans person would be the best person for the job that would bring Star Trek out of the darkness and give us good Star Trek, then thank God. That's all I gotta say.
Hell yeah. Look at The Matrix, right? One of the greatest films ever made. And, one of them was pre-transition, but I'm sure that they were not any different then than they are now. So, yeah.
Yeah. First Matrix masterpiece.
Classic movie.
Ever made.
Yep.
Hardwick Benthrow for $2. Jeremy Brett is the all-time best Sherlock Holmes. There you go.
Yep.
Max227 for $10. MST3K is coming back by Kickstarter going on right now. Yeah, I heard that today, and my member stream is Patton still involved, though, because I'm not going to give anything money involving Patton Dickwall. I'm sorry, Oswald. Oswald. I like MS3TK. I love their riff tracks. I supported, I did, they were doing riff tracks in movie theaters. You could, they did, was it the 5 Doctors? I think it was the 5 Doctors or the 3 Doctors. I can't remember. I took my kid and we either watched the 3 Doctors or the 5 Doctors and we had a good time. It was long.
Wow. Why don't they just do every single Jodie episode? They could have a blast with that shit.
Oh my God. That's pretty much all of our videos, really. Presentation idea from Oval Team Patrol for $5. Story: multiple simultaneous racially segregated casts, including gender-flipped versions, dialogue handled by subtitles. Well, I think that's pretty much how they're making shit now, right? Practically by AI. I would say be talented, come up with an original idea, make it yourself. or
Fair enough.
creative control. See, the only way we're going to get, we're never, and I mean never, going to get another Star Wars. That's a once in a lifetime. Only it will never. So Game of Thrones, every show being made for a streaming service, you know what each streaming service head is telling all of their people? I need another Game of Thrones. Give me a Game of Thrones. But they don't think about the ending. They're just thinking about Game of Thrones at its prime, when there were more bars in the country watching Game of Thrones than actual games. Like sports bars were being converted on Sunday night into Game of Thrones watch parties all across the country. Millions of people watching something at the same time. That's the key component there. They were watching it at the same time. People in New York were sitting down at 9 p.m. Eastern. People in California were sitting down at 6 p.m. Eastern. We had 2 to 3. I had 5 to 6 people over every night. And we had our like chips and salsa ready to go and watch Game of Thrones and then watched it again. Right. So that'll never happen again.
Well, you can't really have that shit when it's at 2 a.m. That you're releasing your shit. That just doesn't work. It's real simple. Jesus. Star
Wars was a product of the 70s when film was going through a massive creative explosion, when it was cheaper to produce stuff because your camera, your equipment was portable. Like that wasn't something that was all you were always able to do. Is, cameras got lighter, like they were able to do different stuff. And that's when we started getting like really experimental, great shit. And they just wouldn't produce something like that anymore. An original idea from this guy who gave him a hit. And remember, American Graffiti made Star Wars. So we wouldn't have gotten Star Wars if American Graffiti wouldn't have been a massive hit. And it inspired a TV show. And it was perfectly timed. There was a bunch of 50s nostalgia. There's a lot of things that went into Star Wars being what it was, you see, and what gets in the way of creativity is Bechdel tests, identity politics, intersectional feminism, bankers running everything. I could go on and on.
Spot on. Yeah. It will never be in that particular window again, I don't think.
I like Snyder DC films, even though they're flawed. What Snyder did to G&G was rotten as hell. But if my choice is Snyderverse or bad reboot, then I'm Snyderverse all the way. I am right there with you. Hail Gary, hail Doomcock. You said it in your vid. I said it in my vid. We made ourselves clear. What fucking Zack Snyder did was bullshit. He owes every single person an apology. And quite frankly, it hurt his image. It hurt his image. And now that I fully know what led up to it, what happened, and what, more importantly, what happened afterwards, and that is Jeremy's story to tell, whether he chooses to or not. I can't tell it. It doesn't matter. The whole point is it doesn't matter. It was said publicly, and it will, as it stands today, it will not be retracted publicly. And even if it is, does it matter to you? If he came out and said, wouldn't it feel like a forced apology to you?
Oh yeah. Yeah. At this point, yeah, not spontaneous. Should have been like immediate. Like, hey, I didn't mean it quite like that. Didn't do it, and that's what it is.
So, as I said on that live stream, doesn't matter what was in his head. Doesn't matter what his intention was. Reality was perception. He furthered a narrative that, you know what? It ended up waking more people up to it, though. So it ended up doing good in the end, folks, as a lot of these things do. When somebody is viciously attacked without reason, like Gina Carano, it ended up being better off for Gina in the end, She might not think so now, but believe me, she will. What was she making? $50,000 an episode for fucking The Mandalorian? $50,000 an episode. Are you kidding me? That's shit. That's shit for money. But that's what Disney does to people. They're like, well, you're working for Disney, so we're also paying you an exposure.
Yeah. Slander is, I guess, a form of exposure. Sure.
Yeah, the actors don't do themselves any favor by just, oh, I want to be part of this Star Wars franchise. It means you're going to get paid half. They're always taking pay cuts, right?
Yeah, it's not really. It's the same as psychology working at a game company, and working 60, 70, 80 hours a week for peanuts, for the thrill and honor of being able to make games. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Oh, that's the bullshit they were telling us at Technicolor. For the honor of working on Blu-rays and creating menus, you're working at Technicolor, so we're going to pay you $20 to $25 an hour, and that's what I got paid. Yeah, I got overtime, which was good, but it was forced overtime. They were like, yeah, you could say no to the overtime and then we'll end your contract.
Right.
They wouldn't hire anybody on permanently. So you were hired as a temp for 6 months at a time. So I tell you the story, one time my 6 months was up. So I'm like, God, they didn't renew me. Okay. So I started packing my shit up like a week earlier because I was living down in LA. So I'm like, I'm going to hang out for a little while, see if I jump on somewhere else. If not, I'll just go home and, go to the comic store. Thought I was doing a good job here. They were telling me that, but they didn't renew my contract. So, all right. So I started packing up and it got to like the day before and like, where are you going? I'm like, well, I'm leaving. Oh, leaving where? I'm like, home. No, why? I'm like, you didn't renew my contract. I'm cool. Like, we're good. And he's all, no. You're renewed. And I just didn't know how it was done. Like I was a permanent employee that they were never going to make permanent. They just renew your contract. I was very naive. I'm like, okay. So I stayed for another year and then went, oh, this sucks. And went back home.
Right.
Hail City Gary. Is it City? Hail City Gary and City Doomcock?
CD. Yeah.
Hail CD Gary and CD Doomcock. How many times did you rewatch Mikey Spoke's character in Invincible get murdered? I
haven't seen quite the end yet. I think I have like 3 episodes left, so I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I've only seen the first episode. So it's good. It's good. Here's the deal. And this is not anybody's fault. This is just my age. Animated stuff, it's got to be riveting for me to be into it. Like absolutely riveting. Primal is a great example of like,
oh man. Yeah.
Animated stuff to me is just, I don't know. I think it comes with, I guess I'm getting old. It kind of sucks. I'm not happy about it. Your Muslim uncle, but thank you. I'm looking forward to that. Then I have a reason to watch it. Yeah,
geez, I'm hitting the TV
right now. Here, I'm looking for stuff with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I will say while you're looking that our own Bird of Prey 5 edited together a hour-long version of Mikey Spock dying in that episode where she opens up the atmosphere and chokes to death long and agonizingly, and he just cuts it. We watch it on repeat for an hour, and that's a wonderfully inspiring thing to see.
It really is. It is. I'm looking for stuff addressed right to you. Looks like we're okay on that side. I'll get back to the donations. Okay, that's good. Okay, this one. CMDR Buana J for $5. DVD, please hurry up and take over the world already. Gotta be better than what we have to deal with now.
Things are progressing thanks to all of you guys supporting me and my channel. The world domination part of this is accelerating and inevitable. Just it's coming, man. I'm moving as fast as I can on it.
Yeah. Talent is racism, privilege is racism, FML so done. God. Yeah. Well, that talent is considered racist now, right? So,
anything you do is racist unless you buy into the full hive mind and just nod and say, yes sir, may I take another? And, fuck that. Call me whatever you want. I'll do whatever I want.
Damn right. Okay, here we go. There we go. If I see anything else, there we go. Hail Gary and Lord Doomcock, and hail Gina. I can see Gina Carano in a Mass Effect or Halo movie. I would throw money to see her as Red She-Hulk too. That Nico Gray for $5, that would be perfect casting, dude. Oh, so that'd be such good casting. Hail Doomrotic just bought the Watchmen Deluxe Edition hardcover. Well done. Love the movie, but never read the comics. Can't wait to get started. The comics is amazing, Mike.
I'm excited for you, man. It's the best. I've got the absolute, hardcover Watchmen. I've got a graffiti hardcover in a slipcase that came out, I guess, in the late 90s, early 2000s.
I remember that.
Yeah.
About that, the graffiti. Yeah, the only graffiti one I have is Kingdom Come. I have the Kingdom Come one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like Kingdom Come. Alex Ross is a great artist. Great artist.
This is from Mark Robert Shaw. Says, hail Doomcock. They hate all W people, so yeah. And then Mark Robert Shaw for $2 Australian. Hail Doomcock. Rant.
Done. I think I've had a few. Yeah, I think I was triggered on Game of Thrones tonight.
Most definitely. Yeah, sir. That's it for the ones addressed to you. So you are free to go. Thanks for hanging for damn near 4 hours. I really appreciate it, brother.
Oh, you are welcome. It was a absolute joy. I'm just trying to shift my hours a little bit and get up earlier so I can do more work more regularly, but man, it has been a blast, and as always, a joy to hang out with you on Sunday and all the chat. Best damn chat in the world. You guys are the best. Thank you, Gary, for having me on.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, and look forward to the next show. Thanks for being on. It's always fun talking to you. And then Exozone. Yeah, if we'll talk this week if you're up to doing it like in the evening. For like a 2-hour show, we could probably fit it in the next week or two. I'll
sure.
talk if you have time. And yeah, I would love to do it, but please plug your channels.
Please subscribe to Overlord DVD, youtube.com/Overlord DVD. Also, the Harvey Zone. And I've got patreon.com/Doomcock, subscribestar.com/Doomcock. And yeah, come on aboard and join our community at the center of the earth. Thanks a lot, you guys. Really appreciate you, and hope to have some more good videos coming out this week with more of what I've been told about this Kennedy situation. Thanks, Gary.
Hey, thanks, buddy. And to anyone who is watching this on YouTube or listening on Spotify or iTunes, his links will be in the description of all that stuff. It's all run through my website. So thank you. Yeah, and including the alternate channel. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it, man. Carry on and have a lot of fun, man.
I will, sir. Take care.
See you later, brother.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to continue on here. Ladies and gentlemen of both genders, and we're gonna read the super chats. We've got a few more we got to here. Let's get through we're gonna go to the donation side, all right, which is almost done. We're almost done with that side. Again, thank you for the stream live donations. It completely circumvents YouTube and help keeps the lights on, and you help pay my mom's rent, and she really appreciates it. My dear old mother, who lives a couple of miles away in a senior care facility, which she is not. She is now allowed to leave. She got her poke in the arm, got really sick afterwards, and then she's fine. So that's always good. She's tough. Stephen Kraft for $3 on the donation side. Much of Game of Thrones season 8 could be fixed by Dany getting mad at Cersei torching the Red Keep, but killed by a stray Lannister arrow. Jon then chooses to go beyond the wall to avoid Westeros politics that killed so much of his family. That would be much better. And that might be the case. Because there's a character called Val, who's very important. She's considered a wildling princess by Stannis, because Stannis and his wife can only see things in the Westerosi way, and they don't understand that, like, there's no kneelers up north. And there's also a lot of evidence that a lot of wildlings are descended from Starks. But there's a character named Val who's just this really hot blonde wildling that Jon is smitten with, and he likes those wildling girls. And they're setting it up to where he's going to be with her, and yeah, he's going to take off on a ranging and never come back. I think we're going to find out. The one thing I'm the most curious about is, out of all the mysteries, is Benjen Stark. What the fuck happened to Benjen Stark? Now, we saw what in the show, that's not him. Cold Hands is not Benjen Stark. So I want to know what happened to him, because he couldn't have just died. There's I forgot what channel it was. They did a really good theory that he just bailed, that he just took off. And it was basically, it might have been even on the instructions of Ned, because he knew the secret of Jon too. And he didn't really like being at the wall anyway. So he wanted to bail, and maybe he went, because the planet is round, even in Westeros, Planetos is round, and he could have escaped other ways. Ocean Lab for $2.50. With all the crap movies, TV out there recently, nobody was such a fun movie. Thought Bob Odenkirk killed it. Oh man, I got to see this. Buana Jim for $5. Give me a political content, entertainment, and I, for one, will pay extra for it necessary. There has to be a market for it, and it can be tapped into. Yes. And you have my promise. Like, again, I have focused more on reviews this year. My New Year's resolution was to do more stuff I wanted to do on this channel, which is taking more risks, which pays off most of the time, and sometimes it doesn't, and that's fine. You guys want to watch what you want to watch, but if this Bob Odenkirk movie, nobody is, if I think it's good, I'll do a fucking review on it, and I would be happy to recommend something. I'm dying to recommend something. So hopefully it's good. I'm a big fan of Better Call Saul. I did a review of season 3 on this channel, which if you look deep, you can find it. There were just live reviews. Didn't do season 4, but I will do the final season. I will, because that'll be interesting. That should be interesting. But World 777 for $3. Hi, do you think maybe, just maybe, oh, I read that one. So we are caught up. Oh no, Southeastern Kaiju for $5. Tolkien completed Return of the King by his early 60s. Now look at George. What are the odds he'll be fit enough to finish anything that HBO is paying him to write? Yeah, good luck. Yeah, HBO's insane. I mean, you're denying reality. You're offering a massive 8-figure deal to a man who isn't healthy, who is not healthy. And I want him, he can be healthy, and I want him to be healthy. Tolkien had a job and he finished these books. Tolkien had a fucking day job and he finished these books. All right, so we got to talk about Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. We found out from the Hollywood Reporter. Let me get this article up. Oh my God, I'm so freaking hungry right now. I'm practically dizzy, but the show must go on. It's like, woo, skipped a meal. Don't do that before you live stream. It's never a good idea. It's never, ever a good idea. But it might make things more entertaining. So if you get some laughs at my expense, then it's all worth it. Amazon cancels their game. There it is. I get my new computer tomorrow, so I can send this one to the shop, so I can be back on OBS tomorrow afternoon if I decide to do a nooner. It's questionable right now because this one's going so late. But you guys have demanded the nooners come back more regularly, so I guess I have to. Amazon's Lord of the Rings series to cost $465 million for the first series. Now, let's call this what it is. It's Amazon's The Lord of the Rings. That's the official name of the show, is The Lord of the Rings. So Amazon's upcoming TV series will cost approximately 465 million American pesos to produce one season, Variety has confirmed. Radio New Zealand reported that the series, which is currently filming in the country, will spend 650 million New Zealand Hobbit dollars for season 1, which converts to 464.2 million US dollars. Sources confirmed to Variety that the hefty price tag is accurate, although it does include startup costs for launching the series that will presumably be spread over multiple seasons. Those startup costs, but it doesn't include this. The cost of Lord of the Rings far exceeds other pricey TV series like HBO's Game of Thrones, Apple's The Morning Show, and Disney Plus's The Mandalorian, which all cost roughly $15 million per episode. Previous estimates of Lord of the Rings put the production budget at $500 million for multiple seasons, not to mention the $250 million cost just for the rights. So they've already spent $1 billion, folks. They've already spent $1 billion fucking dollars. Now, I know you all remember the George Lucas TV show, the Star Wars TV show that he was trying to produce, Star Wars Underworld. They already had multiple episodes written already. I heard a lot of crazy numbers, but scripts were written. Scripts by Frank Darabont, Ronald D. Moore, like fucking good writers. George wanted anybody who was going to distribute the show wanted them to commit to 5 seasons. Nobody would do it. Nobody would be that stupid. Nobody would do it. Now, Amazon has committed to 5 seasons. Now, yesterday we learned that a video game that they were working on for 2 years. Or no, it was a game. Yeah, it was just a game. I don't know if it was a board game or a video. I thought it was a video game. Yeah, it's a video game. Here it goes. I'm not a gamer, so please forgive me. But Amazon canceled this The Lord of the Rings MMORPG. The cancellation came following a dispute between Amazon and Tencent. Tencent from China. The contract negotiations between Amazon and Tencent were said to have caused a dispute that eventually led to the game's cancellation. An Amazon spokesperson confirmed following Tencent's acquisition of Leyou, it had been unable to secure terms to proceed with the title at this time. The team will be shifted to other projects, and Amazon shared its disappointment in not being able to bring the project to the world. We love Lord of the Rings IP and are disappointed that we won't be bringing the game to customers. This joins Breakaway and Crucible as yet another canceled project for Amazon Game Studios, which itself was subject to another Bloomberg report that detailed the dysfunction and struggles with the studio has been dealing with. Amazon still has one more. Yeah, who cares about this shit? Amazon is struggling because they have all the money in the world, and they're making a mistake that Tesla made. Yes, Tesla. I'm going to equate an auto company with Amazon. Tesla, when they got into the automotive biz, were going to do everything different. They weren't going to do it like the U.S. auto companies were. They were going to act like more of a tech company. So we're going to bring in different voices, different people. And it was a complete fucking disaster. So they eventually had to bring in people who knew what they were doing, like auto parts guys and stuff. That's why they, and it helped right the ship a little bit. Amazon goes through showrunners like fucking crazy. The person who signed, who negotiated the deal with Lord of the Rings, the $250 million deal, she's gone. She's gone. She's been gone for years. She's the one, I think, who cut the Conan show because of there was going to be a Conan show. I think it was going to be by I want to get my names right here. Conan standalone series. I forgot who the showrunner. I want to say it was it Ryan Condell? Yes, Ryan Condell. Ryan Condell was going to be doing a Conan show for Amazon, and it was axed because it was too toxic, too masculine. Well, Ryan Condell is currently the showrunner for House of the Dragon. So, Lord of the Rings already costing upwards of $1 billion. We've had multiple actors leave because to be on the show, 5-year commitment, unless they're restructuring it and they're going to do kind of a Lord of the Rings Chronicles, where each season is going to take place at a different time during the Second Age. Don't know. Could be. But I've done 4 Lord of the Rings videos on my channel. One where somebody talked about Gandalf being female, which was stupid. The other one with the writing staff being fired, and they brought in a new writing staff to rewrite season 1 and write season 2. The test pilot got shot down. They lost a couple of actors, but they finally got the pilot shot, and they're currently filming season 1, but we have not seen a frame of footage. We have not seen a single publicity shot. We've only seen shots from a distance of cranes and tents. This show was announced in 2017. Christopher Tolkien died early last year. That's when things started ramping up. Can you make a fantasy, especially from the Godfather of fantasy, true escapism today? Can this be made today in the spirit of Tolkien? Now, they're adapting, I guess, the Silmarillion. I heard they didn't have the rights to it, but I'm guessing, what are they going to adapt? The appendices? Unfinished Tales from the Second Age? There's no dialogue. Lots of interpretation. And there's certain things that the Tolkien estate can say niet to, including anything, and I mean anything that gets near any characters or events of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbits in both the books and the Peter Jackson versions. They can't touch that shit. As far as the possibility of Amazon buying the rights to remake the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit, that would cost them probably another $250 million or $500 million or $1 billion. I don't fucking know. It would be a lot. You see, the Tolkien estate is set for life. They don't need money. That book sells like fucking crazy. Still sells to this day. As a matter of fact, there's been a spike in sales of late. I wonder why. Plus, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, greatest trilogy ever made. Just is. If Amazon fucks this up, they might as, you know what? They should get out of TV. I know they had a success with The Boys. They had a damn good Tick series. I don't know if you guys seen The Tick. Watch The Tick. It's so good. But they fucked up a lot of stuff too. Good Omens. But they're just not, I don't know if they're ready for this. I don't know if they're ready for the big time. They got the money for the big time, but I don't know if they're ready for the big time. Costs are spiraling out of control. You want to know why? Because you hired Opie and Opie, Patrick McKay and JD Payne, who wrote half of a bad Star Trek movie script. And that's it. That's all they've done, according to IMDb. They are running the most expensive show of all time, and they are from Bad Robot. Now, it was a murderer's row in that writer's room. It had Better Call Saul people, Westworld people, Breaking Bad people, but there's a lot of Bad Robot people. I've already done videos on it. Is it going to be woke Lord of the Rings, intersectional Lord of the Rings? Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no way they could make this to Tolkien standards, and Christopher Tolkien probably was in their way. Tom Shippey, gone. I'll read the list. Off to you. So the video game is canceled after 2 years. They haven't had $1 return on investment yet. Not a single dollar. That's right, Mahler. I was reading a message from Mahler. You're absolutely right. Where is it? Yeah, I don't know who runs the onering.net Twitter account, but like once in a while, they make fucking sense. Oh, Ryan Johnson. You want to see a tweet from Ryan Johnson? It wouldn't piss me off. Oh my God, this could be a video tomorrow. But here, let's go to this tweet. Amazon cancels Lord of the Rings MMO based on their TV series, throwing away 2 years of development while studio heads get testy about budgets leaked by New Zealand government. By the way, nobody was supposed to know that, but that was part of the rules because New Zealand government, you know why Amazon's pissed? Because they had to admit that they took 114 million New Zealand Hobbit dollars from the people of New Zealand. Producers, artists, and scholars have all left. It's very difficult to stay positive in the face of all the unending change. And it has been 4 years since they announced this. Elrond actor Will Poulter, who was perfect for the role, left. Tolkien scholar Tom Shippey left. John Howe wasn't needed. Cogman, I don't care. And an actor, Todd Budge, leaves over his disagreement on how they portrayed the role. All right, we got another tweet that's not Lord of the Rings. You're gonna love this, guys. Oh, it's from Ruin Johnson. That's why. Daniel Jose Older, he's got a mask in his profile. I don't know who he is. Said that Ryan Johnson wants to direct an episode of The Mandalorian. And people think, listen, it's just a dumb rumor. If A Song of Ice and Fire doesn't finish, it's still a better ending than the Disney trilogy. It's still better than anything fucking Disney Star Wars has ever fucking produced. I will take the worst chapter in A Song of Ice and Fire over fucking anything Disney Star Wars has produced. And by the way, Lord of the Rings is the greatest fucking story ever told. And it's better than anything Star Wars. Yeah, the Ryan Johnson, the source is Sarah Wilson. Who the fuck are these people? See, we really need some entertainment to talk about because it's all rumors. And you know what? Some of these rumors could be based on overheard lunch conversations or people speculating or spitballing. Hey, what if we get Ryan Johnson to direct an episode? Haha, it might have been a joke. Who knows? I have no idea who Sarah. How do you spell her name? She spells Sarah wrong with an I. I don't know these people, folks. I'm not in the scooping. Not in the scooping. Yeah. Oh. I'm just looking and seeing if there's any news. Yeah, I think I'm going to watch that Bob Odenkirk movie. All right, back to the super chats. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is I want it to be really good. I want it to be the best show ever made. I will review every single episode on this channel. I will do live streams plus a video, just like the old days. Just like if Orville comes back, I'll do that too. I'd be happy to review the Orville. Picard season 2, Az has agreed to co-host it with me. But I don't know if we're going to, I'm not going to say Lord of the Rings is going to pull the plug because they've already spent $1 billion fucking dollars. But the question has to be asked, what if this is an amazing flop? That would be biblical. It's the most expensive show of all time. It's the biggest risk entertainment wise of all time. And it's crazy. We've come so far technologically, and it's still damn near impossible to adapt fantasy right. Even The Witcher, which had all the money in the world thrown at it, still looked pretty simple compared to The Lord of the Rings, which came out 20 years earlier. Hey, Mandy Summers. She says, Hail Doomcock, Hail Gary. Thanks for the $2. What's up, Mandy? Mandy Summers. She does a comic book. Go check it out. Joe Dirt for $5. Hey, Gary. Was just listening to some older Exozones and I stumbled upon Night Terror streaming. Check Bill out. Who's Bill? Bill W. from AA? No, I'm just kidding. Night Terrors. Did it come on after one of my Exozones? That's cool. You can find all the Exozones on Nerdrotic Live and nerdrotic.com. I admit I loved Upload. I hate it's going to be ages for season 2, but I love the series. Okay. Rod Thunderheart, thank you for the 5 Canadian pesos. Hail, Gary. I hate Amazon, but love their streaming. Their streaming's fucking good. It's almost as good as Netflix has the best 4K, what I remember of it. But yeah. How much has been spent on Lord of the Rings with no return on investment between the game and the show? $1 billion, Vigilante, not $500 million. $1 billion. So we got $465 million already spent on season 1, plus the $250 million investment. No word on what the game cost. No word. So I'm going to guess and just round it up to $1 billion with no return on investment. That's even going to get Daddy Bezos a little mad, right? VW, I think. Edward Morris for $4.99. They are also completely wasted. They also completely wasted The Man in the High Castle. Oh, that's right. And somehow made it boring for all mankind is much better. Alt history epic. They made it basic bitch. Girl who's the key to everything shit. Have you heard of the Wheel of Time series by Robert Jordan? I have. That Amazon is producing and going to release sooner or later as a fantasy series with sci-fi. Yes, Aurora uplinks. I heard it's going to be woke as hell. I hope I'm wrong. And I'll review every episode of that too. Gary, you've been a fan of Mission Hill. I loved it. I haven't seen it, Rod Thunderheart, but I will. Big Gay Nerd for £5. I love Babylon 5. Rewatched it over Christmas, followed by a Buffy the Complete series. Yes. Well, if I thought things were picking up pop culture wise right around the beginning of the year. I mean, I was grateful to get Wonder Woman. It sucked, but I was grateful to review something. But yeah, I thought the studios would be, they're all holding back. I don't know what they're fucking holding back for, right? It's like, release your shit. King Kong just made a bunch of money. Release your shit. Or not. So I'm going to have to go into doing the Buffy watch thing. I've been putting that off forever too. Gary, I thank you. I want a Dance with Dragons or a Song of Ice and Fire related read along on your channel. Well, thank you, Carrie Malone, for $5. I will be doing a boiled leather book club. The boiled leather version of A Feast for Dragons, which is both of the books combined. We're going to read through the last two, and then we're going to come up with our own ending, because that's the only closure we're ever going to fucking get. And that's for those of us who are never going to get closure. Gary, Nerdrotic and Doomcock decals when? Well, I have decals available now. You know how you get them, Sebastian? Yeah, follow me on Instagram. Follow me on the Instagram, instagram.com/Nerdrotic, and you can win swag. You can win it. Pretty soon, we're going to have merch available too. The sweatshirts are almost done. Sweatshirts are almost done. All right. All right. That's it. I think that's it. If I'm going to try to get through and see if I got everything. Radicalized Ryan, thank you for the phallic unicorn, the other phallic unicorn, and then the rainbow. Thank you. $1.49 each. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the very, very LGBTQ imagery. Ever thought of making a Nerdrotic comic? Raven 1 for $2. I've done a comic. I've done a couple of comics already. Long time ago. Not interested in doing them again. I want to do Santa's Husband with Az. If we can get it done. And that's the only thing I want to do. But thank you, though. You know what I want? I want to own another comic shop in Texas. And I want to sell old comics and live out the rest of my days talking about nerd shit and reading old comics until all the drug use in the 80s catches up on this very old and decrepit body and I leave this mortal coil. How about reviewing Videodrome? I would love to. Philip Pettis for $5. I love Videodrome. Disney's Kathleen Kennedy is the embodiment of the Peters principle. She really is, Carnax. Guys, please tell me, will Lord of the Rings be a hit or shit? Esteban Carrillo. Shit. You know what? No, everybody's afraid to bring this up, so I'm going to bring it up. Spirit of Tolkien we're watching all these people debate Spirit of Tolkien. Is there going to be LGBTQ representation in the Lord of the Rings show? Because we all know who wouldn't want it. It's a very tough thing to talk about. Until we talk about it, because nothing's really fucking tough to talk about. My opinion is not everything needs to be in everything, including white dudes. Not every show has to be filled with white dudes or have a single white dude in it. Don't need it to watch that show. Just needs to be entertaining. Not everything needs to be anti-Christian. Somehow it is. Not everything needs to have everybody's representation. Just doesn't. Just doesn't. And until we all figure that out and we all evolve and we get to that place, until we all internalize that we're individuals and we are not defined by where we put our penises or where our vaginas or what gets put in our vaginas or what we think we have and what we think we want to identify, because we're not playing pretend. This is called real life. This is called real life, and there's real life consequences. And the one thing you do need to internalize is why you're here, and you need to be happy with it, whatever it is. Despite what mommy and daddy said, we're not all going to turn out to be stars in this special little, the special little things that we were told we were. But you can be if you're comfortable in your own skin. Because you know what the true pandemic is in this country is insecurity, lack of meaning, lost souls, envy, anger, so much of it, lack of gratitude. Acura, you're welcome. Thank you for, I got lucky on that one. What can I say for $10? We planned for zombies and all we got was the coof. This is Carnex. I know. I was so ready for zombies. Star Trek Discovery versus me sticking my head in a toilet. Oliver Klosov, flush away. And I would recommend an American Standard. Jason for $4.99, the $6 Million Man. Great fucking show. 3 words. Come and get some. We need Duke again. F you all. F all this nonsense. We do. Bella Triggerfish. Come get some. Come get some. Duke or Ash. The difference between comics and the MCU is that the Falcon failed to sell as Captain America. You could switch back to Steve, but how could they ever back out of Falcon being Cap in reality? They can't. They have just painted themselves into a woke corner. Can't shake the... Okay, so that's it. We are all caught up. If I missed one, I truly apologize, but the X-Ray Girl will get it. It will get read on a Super Chat Square Up that go on Nerdrotic Live. We got one coming out this Thursday and Sunday. And next live stream might be tomorrow afternoon, depending on how I'm feeling. But I will return on Tuesday, 10 a.m., The Real BBC with Az. We're going to talk about Kingdom Come and Babylon 5. Then the following Wednesday, there will be a Nerdrotic Nooner. Then the following Thursday, Critical Drinker, yours truly, talking about Big Trouble in Little China. It's going to be a fun week, folks. It's going to be a fun week. Then, of course, Friday Night Tights after the finale of The Falcon and Winter Soldier with Eric July. It's going to be a fucking killer week on this channel for live streams. Hopefully, I'll have time to make videos. But by the way, my video recommendations and views are all down 25% exactly. What a coincidence. Hopefully, the YouTube breaking thing will be over. I don't want to, I'm not going to resort to anything crazy. I'm going to keep making videos the way I want to make videos. And if it takes off, it takes off. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Jack White for $5. Gary, get My Hero Academia. I have. I got it. Somebody sent it to me. And One Piece. And you're going to make me pronounce fucking anime, Jack. You're fucking with me now. Ukoshu and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Now I know what Full Metal Alchemist is. I actually know that. Thank you, Jack White. Now, will you get back together with Meg? Because I love the White Stripes. Thank you for the $5. Thanks to Eric K. Thanks to the Modrotics. Thanks to X-Ray Girl. Thanks to Doomcock. Thank you to everyone who left a super chat or donation through the Streamlabs side. It really does keep the lights on. I had a great time tonight. This live stream will be on Nerdrotic Live. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel, Nerdrotic Daily, which I run with Perry Chan, and of course, Nerdrotic Live. I'll see you tomorrow in some form or another, be a video or live stream. And I guess what we'll do with the Inquisition is, I can't commit to a time on Monday, Nerdrotic Dooner, because it is 10:50, and I'm all hyped up from the live stream. And then about a half an hour, I will crash. Hopefully I don't crash too hard because I want to watch that movie. Nobody. Like at least 20 people recommended it to me today. So you got to watch something like that. All right. Do I want to put up any credits? Yeah, we can do credits. Hang on. Let's do. That's good. That'll work. All right, here we go. Some credits. Please enjoy. In any second now. Any second now. Oh, I keep hitting. Yeah, I am doing it wrong. That's why. Fucking boomer. Bimbo Patents donation for $5. He said, about time you guys use Streamlabs. I missed chatting with people at YouTube before they banned me for giving Brie Larson shit on her channel. I went under Dipla 81. A moment was always Blizzard's fun had obviously Amazon with little hat and the application are very to a fail. Oh no. Implement this reminder. Bad news. Good news again. Critical drinker. Yours truly. Big Trouble Middle China. Thursday. Ass. Tuesday. Real BBC. Right here. The show. All right. Got a couple more super chats to read here. I guess you couldn't hear it over the music, which is fine. Although I turned it down. Let's stop sharing here. Boom. All right. Bimbo Baggins for $5. About time you guys use Streamlabs instead of YouTube. I missed chatting with people on YouTube before they banned me for giving Brie Larson shit on her channel. I went under Japla821. Thank you, Bimbo Baggins. And so Blizzard confirmed that Diablo 2 remake will be censored to the far leftist SJWs it keeps pandering to and the CCP. The Amazon looks like a bitter old hag, and they emasculated the barbarian into a frail soy boy. The Necro is screwed. Reminder to Blizzard. Yeah, I'll just ignore it then. That's too bad. I still got my original copy of that. I do. Mr. Brentham for $4.20. Holy crap. I couldn't pinpoint it until now. I saw your thumbnail, but he does look like the old guy from the movie Up. Yes. Yes. All right, everyone. If I missed one, X-Ray Girl will pick it up. I do apologize. If I do, I tried to scroll through there, but it is way past my bedtime and I got to go check on Junior, who I haven't checked on since I started the live stream. So again, thanks to everyone. Have a great evening. I will see you soon. Ciao.